Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a good day. Let me know that you can hear me and everything and see me and all these good things. We had some various assorted technical difficulties. I don't think any of it should be ongoing, but they're weird nonsense YouTube technology stuff. So hopefully everything is working fine. You can see me. I'm where you expect me to be. I'm waving around and all these sorts of things. Don't worry, Zach is here as well. So fear not. Uh, so, today we get to start with a Sudoku puzzle. So I think this is the first time in a very, very, very long time that there was a Sudoku puzzle tied for most voted in the things. There was a tie, but this is the one I picked because I've been wanting to do this puzzle anyway. Oops. I mean, I want to do all the puzzles, but this one has sort of crept along. Can anyone see me? Uh, are you telling me that you can't actually see me?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
I'm adjusting the camera.
So, if you don't know, the supporters of the channel get to vote for which of the upcoming puzzles they'd like to see, and I always start each stream with the most voted on. So today, this is the most voted on one, 10-0 by Qodec. This is a 10 lines puzzle that I am quite excited to try. So this puzzle was voted for by Woofer, Naverio, Luda, Russ, Directionary, Math Pesto, David, and DDX. So thank you so much to all of you for your support. This puzzle is a vanilla 10 lines puzzle. So 10 lines are one of my favorite little Sudoku rule sets. I might be biased, I did come up with them. But they sort of took off a bit after I did my interview with Memerister, because one of the questions Memerister asked me during my interview was if there was any Sudoku mechanic that I had made that I was surprised no one else had made puzzles from or hoped that they would, and 10 lines was. And then since then, a number of people have made 10 lines puzzles. So the way 10 lines work is it has to be impossible to break every 10 line into pieces along the line that sum to 10. So for example, and I need to turn my keypad on, this could be 4, 6, 3, 7, 3, 7. The orange piece and the red piece sum to 10, so that's okay. But you're not told what the divisions are, so it could be that the entire thing, maybe I should do this one, it could be that this entire thing sums to 10. So for example, it could be 1, 1, 2, 6. And this would also work. And do note that it's totally okay Sudoku-wise if digits repeat along this thing. Do you not have the right chat open, or is just no one saying anything? It's possible just no one is saying anything.
Oh, you might have the wrong chat open.
I might. Okay, 1 second. We will be right back. Technical difficulties. All right, now I can see people. I was just sitting here talking and was like, no one can see, no one's saying anything. Okay, we have several things. Yeah, so someone was pointing out there were 2 streams at the same time, which is some weird tech issue, which is why I also couldn't see chat and why we have the wrong version of the puzzle and all sorts of other things. I will fix the version of the puzzle for those of you who are pointing out that this is the wrong version of the puzzle. So let's see, I'm looking at here. Oh, Jay is pointing out that this diagonal line can be a 5-5 because there's always sort of a degenerate one. So Tristan's pointing out that for whatever reason, there's a slightly different version of this puzzle. This is not a different version of the puzzle, unless it was in the comments or something. This is the same. I got to the same puzzle, Tristan. Okay. Someone told Tristan there was a new version of the puzzle, but I think this is the newest version of the puzzle on LMD. If someone knows otherwise, let me know. Is there a feature for turbines to see the stream from 10 minutes in the future? I mean, that would be an exciting feature. I bet people would pay for that. Okay, so that is the story of what is going on in this puzzle. And I'm going to guess we're going to have to start by wrapping our brains on what on earth is happening with all of these giant ones. So how many cells is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is a 10-cell 10 line. So this could sum to as much as 50, but 50 is the max. Otherwise, it could sum to much less than that, potentially. Maybe we should be looking at rows and columns and the sum of these 3 rows. That seems like a good idea. So I will take bet tree suggestions if anyone has bet tree suggestions. So the thing I'm noticing is that these cells sum to a maximum of 50. Sorry, a maximum of 100, not a maximum of 50. Please like and spam heart if you love zetamath. Thank you, Ranks. Sorry, each 50. But still, that seems very low. So that's 100 total at absolute maximum. Whereas the 3 total rows here, we know, sum to 45 times 3, which is 135. So we're saying that these cells collectively need to sum to a maximum of 45. And I can actually, a minimum of 25. Did I do that right? A minimum of 25. So the triangle, 35. A minimum of 35. Right, a minimum of 35. And so the triangle is a maximum of 20. So if I throw that in, then I get that these 3 cells sum to a minimum of 15 is the conclusion of this, right? The 3 orange cells sum to a minimum of 15. And also, they sum to a multiple, they sum to something that's 5 mod 10. Because I know that these sum to, I know that these sum to a multiple of 10, and the sum of all the rows is 5 more than a multiple of 10. So these can only, as Dog says, sum to 15 or 25. Those are the only options. Now, unfortunately, that allows me sort of one piece of wiggle room for how this works, right? Okay, so that's a good point. So it's an interesting note. Right, the orange circles have no 5s because the orange circles are on x's. So we do have to smush 3 5s into the green circles. So that is no, Martin, because the minimum sum is 15, because the maximum sum of these cells is 120, is the reason, Martin. And yes, and certainly yellow has no 5. So the thing people are pointing out is that orange has no 5s and yellow has no 5s. And so therefore the 2 green cells in total have 3 5s on them. Uh, so you can use. So Selena's pointing out that in order for the green here to sum to 50, I need it to be 5 dominoes that sum to 10. And I can use 2 5s in a domino, but I cannot use 3 5s in 2 dominoes. And so what that means is that what Selena's pointing out is that because I am obligated to put 3 5s into green, I can therefore max the greens at 90. And so actually the maximum of the greens is 90, plus this is 20 is 110. That means I do need the orange cells to sum to 25. And so if the orange cells do need to sum to 25, I'm going to put a little orange circle up here and write 25 in it, just to remind myself that the orange circles definitely sum to exactly 25, because they could never sum to more than that. And so the absolute maximum would be 989. 989 is 26, right? 9, 8 is 17, and 9 is 26, right? So I must use a 9 in one of these two. Yeah, I was hoping someone in chat would suggest a bet tree, but I'm just going to throw a bet tree down here. Yeah, these are at most 9, 8. So this is always at least 6. Sorry, this is always at least 8, right? Because it could be 9, 8. The inside of the diamond. But Microsoft suggests the inside of the diamond, but warns that he has not actually done it. But I like the idea. I think it's cute. The point is that there's always a 9 in one of these two cells. And this cell is an 8 or a 9, always. Because the maximum these two can sum to is 17. So in order to get to 25, this needs to be an 8 or a 9. So if this is an 8, then these are an 8 and a 9. Otherwise, these are a 7 and a 9. So therefore, these are from 7, 8, 9. So of course, this is a 1 or a 2, and these are from 1, 2, 3. Definitely one of these is a 1 for whatever minuscule amount that is worth. So one of these is a 1, one of these is a 9. I'm trying to think about like how 1 9s might be situated in these. And so one of these, in fact, does have a 5, 5 domino. So there's a lot of places for it, but one of green does have a 5, 5 domino for whatever it's worth. Uh, DWeb is suggesting that 5 in column 1 is restricted, which is true. Because I can't put a 5 there or there, and I can't put a 5 here either. Because if I put a 5 on this L, then I need to either make 2 10s, which I can't, because I need a second 5, or 1 10, in which case that doesn't work either. So there's always a 5 in one of these two cells, is the point from DWeb. And interestingly, this 5 is not part of a 5, 5 domino. So that's not the 5, 5 domino. And so, therefore, this and this can't be the 5, 5 domino. And so the 5, 5 domino actually can only go here or maybe here. I think those are the only places that the 5, 5 domino can be. And so we can sort of corner mark 5s in those. And so regardless of which of these is the 5, 5 domino, that's never a 5. And so that does place a 5. And we get to do a 5 dance for microstudy. Boop, boop, ba-doo. Woo! Ba-do, ba-do. Woo! Ba-do, 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 ba-do. Woo! Ba-do, ba-do, ba-do. Wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So we get that 5, which is interesting, I suppose. Can I rule out the possibility that these are both 5s in this case? If these are both 5s, I feel like that could be a domino or whatever. I think that's still okay. There's no 5. I mean, I already knew there was going to be no 5 on here, so that's not super exciting. Let's see. Do I know? Yes, I do know that this is not 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a good spot. So Garian's point is I know there's a low digit on each of these 2 domino sums to 10, and therefore this can't be a 1, 2, 3, 4 because that would put a 1, 2, 3, 4 quintuple into this column, and there's only 4 of them. So Garian's point is we actually know the division of this L. It actually is the sort of the lazy L where it's split into 2 dominoes. And so maybe it's time to start actually coloring my dominoes. So I'll make that red and that orange and this yellow and this blue because these are the 4 different dominoes that sum to 10. And I know there aren't any repeats among any of them. And so I think I'm going to try and switch to that coloring. So I think I'm going to get rid of the green and yellow because I think I'm going to have to do... Oops, that is not what I wanted to do. Sorry, that's what I wanted to do. I think I'm going to have to start thinking about that. And so Garian's point is that this cell is definitely orange. And these 2 are, in fact, the same digit. Now... Now, does that do me any good immediately, or are there any others of these that I can say for sure what they are? I know this one is not yellow, or orange, or red. So there are 2 possible worlds for this. This is either blue, or it's 5, 5. Those are the only options. So these are blue or 5. Do I know what to do with the fact that these are blue or 5? So, trying to decide if I think these 2 go together or not. I don't know that I know yet if these 2 go together or not. Sort of like I'm trying to think about like how does this 5 actually work? Is it those 2, those 3, or whatever? Like if this is a 5, that leaves some sort of limited modality there. Yeah, I mean this line's not 1, 2, 3, 4, so this one has to be 1, 2, 3, 4. That's just how it works. Sadly, I think we know that's not actually true. Because I think in order to make this work, I think in order to make these sum to 25, we actually needed this to sum to 20. It is of note that one of these is a horizontal domino summing to 20. And if it's not 4, 6, we have a 7, 8, 9 triple in the row. But I'm not quite sure yet. We know by Ranksk's puzzle that this is not yellow. Actually, we know even without Ranksk's puzzle this is not yellow because we know that's the high digit. So this could be a variety of colors, but it's not yellow. It's blue, red, or orange. So And I know there's one domino entirely contained in this row. So that means that, like, these cells see a set of 3 different dominoes entirely. Oh, I think these can never be a domino then. I think I know that these aren't a domino. Because if these were a domino, then... Oh, maybe that's not a problem. Maybe that's okay. Might be okay. I'm probably looking ahead more than I should be in order to think about it. I maybe should actually write in this 5 and this 5 and think about what, in fact, actually happens. But I'm not 100% certain how that works. Yet. I don't have a strong sense yet. So I guess I can note 1 in this box is in one of this plethora of places. And so let's think about that. If 1's on here, it always goes with a 9 on here. The 9 would have to go exactly there. So I'm just looking at the fact that 1's in this row rule 1 out of here. So 1 on here always goes with a 9. The 9 would have to go exactly there. Which would, in fact, make that an 8 and make this a 7-9 pair. No, it would make this an 8-9 pair. Otherwise, the 9 goes here. Oh, this is always an 8. That's the point. This is always an 8. So there are 2 possibilities for where the 1 goes in this box. It either goes on here, in which case it goes with a 9, which would have to go there, which makes this an 8. Otherwise, the 1 goes in one of these 2 spots, and it needs to go... Oh, it doesn't necessarily have to go with a 9. Darn it. Because I was thinking, oh, well, it couldn't go with a 9 there. It would have to go with a 9 up above. But that doesn't have to be the case. It could go with a 3-cell sum. And if it goes with a 3-cell sum, then we don't get that deduction. Oh, I know this one's all dominoes. Oh, I don't know that. Yes, I do know that this one's all dominoes. Because in order to make the math work, we needed this one to all be dominoes. So I need to remember that this one is dominoed, however it works. So if that was a 1, that would be a 9. And then this actually needs to have 2 3-cell sums in it. Which is what Martin is pointing out. It needs to have 2 3-cell sums in it, because it has 1 3-cell sum in it, and can't then have all dominoes. So maybe the problem is what happens if this is 5 and 5. What is that going to do to my 3-cell sums? Where are they going to be? Maybe I don't know. I don't think that I know. But this I do know is all dominoes, and that's probably interesting if I think about it in the correct way. So I'm just going to draw in, what does the world look like if this is the way my dominoes work? And think about it. If this is the way my dominoes work, then this domino and this domino show up nowhere on here. So this, remember, this is also 2 dominoes. Actually, sorry, this could show up down there. Never mind, sorry. This could show up down there. This would show up nowhere on here. I'm just trying to think in terms of colors and how many dominoes I need, because I know, again, there's sort of a virtual domino in this row. So if this happens, I have these two dominoes and these two high digits. All of these would be low digits in this universe. Low digits or 5, unfortunately. That one would be a 5. These would be the two low digits. Oh, Jay Dyer is suggesting I maybe look at where this domino goes in this box. Oh, okay. Sorry. I understand Martin's point faster, so I'm going to look at Martin's point. Martin's point is to look at where this digit goes in box 6. And remember, everything here is part of a domino. So this digit, it's certainly not down there. Not there. And it's not there. So the yellow 1, 2, 3 could annoyingly go here if it goes with the yellow 7, 8, 9 there, is I think the only option. Otherwise, it's in this row. It's not row 5, column 8. Oh, no, it can be row 5, column 8, because that could be the yellow 7, 8, 9. Darn, no, one of... Right, okay. Yeah, okay, so this is not quite working. I'm going to try and understand Jay Dyer's point again. Row 2, column 5. Jay Dyer's point is, where does it go in this box? So it can't, in fact, go anywhere on this. So it either goes in the bottom row or in one of the places with a 5. So it goes in one of these 5 places. Now, Jay claims it can't go in the bottom row for some reason. Oh, it's because of this thing that this digit, the point is, this is not a 7, 8, 9 triple. That's the thing I have been misappreciating this whole time. This is not a 7, 8, 9 triple because 7, 8, 9 sum to 24, and 24 and 25 are different numbers. So this digit, whatever it is, it shows up in one of these two, which people in chat have been saying, but just seemed completely irrelevant to me. But I now finally understand why people have cared about it, because it means that this digit shows up in one of those two places. That's the piece of information that was relevant. And so this shows up in one of those two cells. So these are only allowed to be from 1 to 5, is now the point, because that digit shows up in one of these two places. And now that digit doesn't work because this digit is on a domino, because remember, this one is all dominoable, and its high digit is can't go there because it's that digit, and can't go there because it's one of these two digits. And so it's not that one, and so that one's the 5, and therefore, oops, this is the 1 or 2. And so let's go ahead and give this like a blue circle, I suppose. Those two are the same digit, and therefore that's a 5. And therefore, I know what my dominoing looks like. My dominoing looks not like the way that I had it dominoed before. My dominoing looks like that. And so we get that going there. Now, unfortunately, these all work in a really awkward way in terms of what's actually happening here. Yeah, I think I can probably finally remember that the sum here is 25. I think it's come up enough times that I can do that. Uh, uh, I do agree with Jay. This is not part of a domino. This is part of a triomino. Uh, does it break if I make the triomino that? I don't think so. Uh, whatever domino. So again, there's a horizontal domino here I keep sort of fixating on, but there's also a vertical domino. So there's two different dominoes in here. Is one of them this domino? And the answer is no for a funny reason. If this is three different dominoes, sorry, if this domino repeats in here, well, it's definitely not yellow. So where does it go in box 4? It goes there. But now the problem is this digit repeats here because of the 10 line. So this is three different dominoes in total that have shown up in this row. Is that interesting somehow? I mean, it's got to be interesting somehow. I just don't know how yet. But it seems like this is very intentional to let me know that this domino does not show up on here. So this domino shows up entirely in the bottom row here, right? Because this domino is not on here, and it's also not the blue 1, 2, right? Oh, maybe the blue 1, 2 actually could go there, and then this would be the high digit. That's still possible. So this is a domino. I think annoyingly it could be that domino. Otherwise, that domino goes squarely in this bottom row down here, which would be very interesting. But I don't know quite what to do with it. Uh, yeah, it would be nice if it had to be. I'm trying to sort of understand what the consequence is for the world if I put that domino down here entirely. So what would happen if this domino goes down here entirely? So I do know that whatever the high digit that goes with this is, the high digit that goes with this is that digit. That digit's not on this line. It's down there somewhere. So in one of these boxes, we have that that thing up here. So where in this box does that digit go is my question. And it's not there. Well, it's not a 5. It's not there because it would repeat the blue 1, 2. It's there. I think that's okay, annoyingly. Yeah. Not quite. Unfortunately. So I guess people are asking for colors just so we can refer to these. Let me give these line colors since I have no idea how they match up to the ones over there. But I'll give these colors just so we can talk about them. So maybe the question is to actually think about if these are all different or not. Yeah, I know that they could be the same pair. I don't know what's meant by the other 4. There's only 3 here. Lots of people are claiming the purple line is the same as red. Oh, right. So the point is this is also a line. So if I make this orange... Okay, so orange is definitely not red or blue or yellow. And so because orange is not known to not be red, blue, or yellow... Oh, right. But sorry, but that's assuming those are different, and that's not true. Orange is actually none of these. None of these are orange. And if none of these are orange, then there has to be a repeat in these. That's what chat is saying. That's very clever. So there has to be a repeat. Which things repeat? Could be that yellow and blue repeat, or it could be that orange and red, or that purple and red repeat. Oh, yellow and blue can't be the same because this cell sees both yellow digits. This is an incredibly clever shape. This cell is not yellow because it sees both yellow digits. And so, therefore, the only way we can have our repeat is for these two to be the same. So purple is the same as red. And so the red digits all live down here in some capacity. Now, what are we to do with that information? So one of these digits is blue. The tree is definitely a red digit. That's true. Although keep in mind, I'm not going to do that because these digits over here I have marked as red. I can undo these because I've now sort of colored over there, but can do that. So where's the other red digit in this row? Because I see the other red digit in this row is not there. Could that be the other red digit in this row? Annoyingly, I think it's possible that it is. As best I am able to ascertain. Let's see. I do still need 2 orange digits in this row. But again, I can get away with putting one of them here, I believe. Let's see, I think there's still lots of optionality. So, looking at Selena's point, there's only 2 options for what color the orange, or sorry, what color the domino entirely contained in this row is. It's not orange, sorry, it's not red and it's not orange. So the domino here is either blue or yellow, are the 2 options in terms of this coloring scheme. So I've got either a blue or a yellow one. The other yellow line digit is placed in box 6. That's true. This digit goes here, is Garian's point, so I'm just going to make that a yellow circle. I'll make that a yellow circle, not a yellow circle, just to note that those match. And so this digit goes here. So this digit's blue, although it's not that kind of blue. I might have to get rid of my circles that are keeping track of all of this information. I might just have to do this for the moment, and that, just to keep track of that. And then I can get rid of these slightly confusing or significantly confusing things. Because then I could say, okay, so this blue circle, it definitely goes there. So this is not orange or red. is another thing that is true. This is blue or yellow. Oh, it's not yellow either. This is blue, because that's both yellows in this column. So both yellows look at that cell, both reds look at this whole thing, and both oranges look at this. So this is always blue. That seems very helpful. So there is a yellow circle over down here somewhere for whatever it's worth. Uh, 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 Chase Blues in box 3 is being called. So these blues aren't, so the blues aren't here or here. So, and they're not both up there. So one of the blues is in this row. Maybe both of the blues are in this row. That probably doesn't work if both of the blues are in that row. Right. Okay, so Selena brings back a point that I had said before, which is that I can't use red in the triangle. Because if I use red in the triangle, then red in this box gets pushed down to be those two cells, and that does not work because then these two digits would be the same. So red does not go anywhere in here. So there's two red cells down here is the point. So I don't know how to exactly mark that. Two of these are red. Now, that means two of these are not any of the... Oh, sorry, this could be red. This could be red. Darn it. This could be red. But there's certainly no red on here. But black cross could still be red. Right. Okay. Right. This is still allowed to be red. So let's see. J. Dyer had a point, which is that black cross is not row 6, column 1. It would place it on a red line breaking row 3. Right, okay, so if this is black cross, then we can chase black cross by Sudoku into this box. Which then would mean that, of course, that would be black cross. But then we've got the problem that now these two are the same digit. So I agree that's not black cross. Is that interesting? That's not black cross. I don't know. So row 6, column 9 is black cross. Right. Sorry, I'd completely forgotten the deduction because I erased the circles, so I'd already completely forgotten. There's a repeated digit in these three because they sum to 25, and therefore this digit is in one of those two, and it's not that one, so therefore this is black cross. Great. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay, so that is a... so this domino is orange. This is not a 3. This is not a 7. So we can note that. And so I think I can get rid of the black now. This is just the orange 1, 2. Sorry, orange circle 1, 2. So there is an orange 1, 2 over here. I mean, there's almost certainly an orange 1, 2 on this line, but who knows? The orange 8, 9 is definitely down here for whatever it's worth. Right. So that at least tells us, per per Selena's point, that this is a blue-yellow sort of triangle. So indeed there are both reds down here, because we proved there's not a red on here. So both reds are down here, for whatever that means. Okay, so down here, we know exactly what we have. We have the high orange and both reds. So there's no room for anything down here that's not the high orange and both reds. So this cell... So this line I know is not red because it's looked at by both reds. It's not orange. So this line can only be blue or yellow. And so because this line is blue or yellow, it definitely ends up here. There's absolutely no chance in the universe I'm using the letter tool for this, just so you know. This, therefore, because this is blue or yellow, it goes on this. So combining Medhi's point together with Selena's point means that this digit actually goes here. So we can make that black X. It actually goes there. And so this digit goes somewhere down there. Yeah, it's either blue or yellow. Kyle says row 3, column 5 is row 5, column 9. Yeah, these two are the same. Agree. They can be orange X. But I know there's an orange 8, 9 in here, in this string somewhere. Right. Selena's point is all of these are blue or yellow. And so that's all the blue and yellow cells in the world. So these two cells are not blue and yellow, they're red and orange. I think I'm just going to get rid of this coloring that I have over here so I can actually use colors, so I can use multicolor. So these are blue-yellow together. So these are red and orange. This is blue or yellow because of that. I probably need to now sort of chase some of these other things that I know away. Yes, this is blue or yellow. These are red or orange. Yes, these are already marked as being the same, Screaming Ice Cube. And this one's not orange. So this one we actually know is definitively red, because it's looked at by the orange domino. True. So interestingly, I know this cell does not make a domino with the cell above it, because that would require an orange 8, 9, and it doesn't make a domino with the cell below it, because that would require an orange 8, 9. So this is part of a length 3, and this is part of a length 3. Now, I have absolutely no idea what to do with that, but these are both part of the length 3 sums. Okay, let's see. One of these two is orange circle. So one of these two is orange circle. Ah, there's a good spot. This is also not a sum to this is also not a sum to 10. So I actually know all of these cells are part of a length 3 sum. Can I do anything with that? So if all of these are part of a length 3 sum, this is never part of a length 3 sum, is the point. Because if this is part of a length 3 sum, it would have to go that way, and then this would be... Oh, no, that's not... No, never mind. That does not work. Doesn't work. Right. This also is part of a length 3 sum for sure, is J. Dyer's point. Because it doesn't have any option in neither direction is the sum appropriate. Because this needs an orange 8, 9 if I wanted to make that the domino, and orange and red don't go together. So I can also greenify this. Maybe I should go with a more obnoxious color, just so that we're clear that these are different from the other colors. So these are all things that are part of length 3 sums. So now actually I know some things that aren't part of length 3 sums. Like I know this cell is no longer able to be part of a length 3 sum. This cell is no longer able to be part of a length 3 sum. So these two are now known not to be part of a length 3 sum, which note does not mean that these two sum to 10. It just means they're not part of a length 3 sum because the domino can't get there. Oh, let's see. It's being claimed that these aren't actually that these are not a domino, which would be fantastic, because they see orange and blue and yellow and red. Right. So these are not a domino, but they are part of 2 cell sums, which tells us the breakdown of the entire line. Fantastic. Okay, and now I can get rid of Simon's sweater from the grid, because I can get rid of Simon's sweater and Carnival Cake from the grid. I no longer have to keep track of that. That was gorgeous. Okay, that was great. So we've got all manner of nonsense now going on in this grid. So this is a 1 or a 2 and an even digit, because it's not... The orange digit down here is the orange 1, 2, of course. So this is a 1 or a 2... and then a 6 or an 8. I don't really want to write that, but what can you do? These are a sum to 5, of course. For whatever that is worth. Ah, right. Orange X has to go in this box. And we know where it goes now. Eckbert points out. The oranges look over here. And the orange X looks over here. So therefore, and I'm not putting an orange 8, 9 there. And I'm not putting one there either, because that would make that an orange 1, 2. So this is the orange 8, 9. This is the orange 8, 9. This is the orange 1, 2. Gorgeous. And so, therefore, this cell's not orange. Because it sees both oranges, and therefore this cell's not red. And the orange digit I actually know is the orange 1, 2. This is the red 6, 8. While we're at it. I can get rid of these colors now. And just orange circle, orange X, like that. Oh, and I guess I can therefore make this line orange, because we now know... No. Sorry. That was orange. This is red. I don't know which... I don't have a name for what red it is, though, so I'm going to leave this as being the color red. I suppose I can just start putting colors under all the circles, and then we can do both. That's probably the best thing. So we'll just make all of those orange. Make all of these red. Make these yellow. Make these blue. These blue. Like that. Okay. So do I know what color this is? Yeah, I can do like that's high, so that's low, so that's high, so that's low, so that's high. Chasing around the reds. I don't know if it's useful, but I might as well do it. Since that's the high red. So these are 2 or 4. Garion and Selena were pointing this out. This is worth pencil marking at least. Right. Where do the oranges go in column 1? Well, I can't put an orange up here because I would need to put 2 of them, and I can't. These aren't orange for sure, so therefore, because I need 2 of them, these are both orange. Is Eckbert's point, which is very, very well stated. These are orange. Ah. So red X has to go in this box, Dog is pointing out. And it can't go here. Because if red X went here, red circle would go here, and it doesn't. So red X, in fact, goes here. Which is very nice. So that is red X. Yeah, this is therefore the other yellow blue. So these are always yellow or blue is J. Dyer's point, and this is also yellow or blue. Yes, AFK, the break-in told us this sums to 20. Oh, the diamond. I have not thought about the diamond. So, Jay Dyer's point is we actually now can do a fancy thing to argue that this is 5-5. So it's certainly not orange or red. What if this is yellow or blue? Well, then by looking at this box, that's the thing that it sums to 10 with. But that would also have to be the thing it sums to 10 with, and that would not work. That's very cute. Good observation, Jay. So therefore, this is 5-5 because it's not yellow or blue or orange or red, and is a 2-cell sum to 10. And therefore, this is the last yellow-blue. To do that, it's being pointed out by Martin, this is a yellow-blue as well, because it's not red, and it's not orange. So therefore, this domino we actually now know is red. And so this is now OX. So yeah, red in column 7. Right. Red in column 7 is both of these now, because we know that all 3 of these have 2 reds in them, but that's not red. So both of these are red. So we do know that. I will be honest, this doesn't feel like a Qodec puzzle to me. Okay, I can now disambiguate these, because these two are the same color. And what color is it? It's not blue. Because if these were blue, where could blue go in this box in that cell? So this is not blue. It's yellow. And so this is blue. So we can do that to mark that. And so therefore this cell is blue. And therefore this cell is yellow. We don't quite know exactly how it works out yet, but we know more than we did a moment ago about how yellow and blue work. And that fixes that this isn't blue, it's yellow. I really liked that, by the way that this blue, for looking into this box, fixed this. So we've got all of that. So this is blue. AFK is pointing out. It's definitely true. Oops. Is blue. So this is yellow. For so many reasons that I could have articulated. This is yellow X. This is yellow circle. This is yellow X. This is yellow X, just for the record. Right. This diamond is now a single cell, or is now a single 10 sum, because as Martin points out, the thing this needs to go with is there. In fact, we actually knew it was 110 sum as soon as we knew there were 2 reds in here, because we knew that had to happen. So actually, yeah, if we'd have paid attention, as soon as we knew there were 2 reds in these 3 cells, we knew that this was a single 10 sum. So we will mark it as such. It is a single 10 sum. This cell is not red or blue or yellow. So this is orange or 5. It sees every other such thing. I can percolate back my blue coloring now and make that blue circle, and so that's blue circle, that's blue X, just to sort of chase all of that through. Let's see. I need I need exactly 2 low numbers on here. Right. Okay, so blue is odd, is being pointed out. So remember that the 2 oranges plus blue is 25. And so you can just case check. 8 plus 8 would need a 9. 9 plus 9 would need a 7. Or you can just do the little algebra thing that people in chat are doing if you like. So yeah, blue is never 2, 8. Yes, the orange X is not going on a 4-cell 10-sum. Good spot. So that is the orange X. Smart spot. From Egbert there. Yeah, the diamond is probably not 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. The orange X is also not going here in column 7. So the orange X is placed up here. Several people in chat have noticed. That is great. So now that places the orange X here in this box. If we continue our orange X train. And so now red X is now there. Coming over there. Red X is the low one. Orange circle, Garion points out, is now here. Oops. And therefore, this is blue. Oh, there's already is an orange circle here. Sorry. I placed orange circle in a box that already had orange circle. That was not great. This is blue X, though. And if I look at it, I can, in fact, place orange circle there. So there is my orange circle. That's orange circle, just by continuing to chase this. And column 7 only has one more thing, which is yellow. This is the yellow X. And it's possible, I actually have no idea how the highs and lows are structured for yellow. Which is, I think, true. Let's see. Garion has a great spot, which is that this can't be red, orange, or blue, and it can't be yellow either. So this can only be a 5. Which is helpful. So therefore, this is blue because it sees everything else. I don't know which blue it is yet. The yellows in box 9 are now placed. AFK points out. Good. Oh, the blues in this column are placed, I believe, if I squint. So I think these are the yellows for this column. Or sorry, the yellows for this box. We can chase the OXs for this into box 1, Danita points out. Great to see you, by the way, Danita. The bet tree is circle. That's right. The bet tree is circle, and that's X. That's a good point. Let's see. Up here, what do I have? I have a red cell and a blue cell. Yeah, so it's being pointed out that actually we can figure out what red is now, which is going to be very huge. Because red, remember, the low red is 2 or 4. But if this were a 4, these would each have to be a half. And that would create problems in box 7. So this is not a 4. It is a 2. So we can fill in 2 for all of the red X's. And then we can fill in 8 for some of the red circles. Most importantly, that one, because that's going to finally tell me that orange is 9. And if orange is 9 there, orange is 9 there, which means that blue is 7. So blue X is 3. We can fill in the 1s and 9s. I'll go ahead and fill in that 8 and that 8 and that 1 and that 9. And that 1. And blues are 3, 7, so I can fill in those as well. Let's see. Right, this is a 1, we now know. This needs to be a 2, or the math doesn't work. So that is an XY sort of 2, in order to make that math all work out. Still don't know whether this is the high or the low, but we can continue filling in. That's a 9, that's a 1. Now, yellow, interestingly, is... Oh, this yellow X now has to be... Oh, it doesn't have to be 3 or 4. It could even be like a... Well, oh, sorry. I do know what yellow is, because yellow is the other one. Yellow is 4, 6. So because yellow is 4, 6, I can sort of do my options. This is either 4 with a 5 or 6 with a 3. I guess there's 2 options. Yeah, both of them are still options. So yellow is 4, 6, but I don't yet know exactly how that's going to break down in my my analysis. Oh, Danita has gifted 5 memberships, so enjoy your membership, everyone. Microstudy gets 1, Christian gets 1, Directionary gets 1, Alathana gets 1. Fabulous choices for the random 5 as well. Thank you. Let's get you a donation dance. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you so much, Danita. Greatly appreciated. And enjoy your memberships. All super regulars around the channel. Alathana has been here since the beginning. D-Web's always run. So yeah, excellent choices to the random algorithm that chooses these things. Oh, this is a 2 just by Sudoku. If I'm going to try and do that sort of thing. And so this is a 2 by Sudoku if I'm going to try and do that sort of thing. Your name seemed quite camouflaged in there. It is a very cool way to support the channel. I'm glad YouTube added it. YouTube did not used to YouTube did not used to do that. I am okay with running this experiment, Glum Hippo. I would support such an experiment. I am being told that there is a 5 in row 2 somewhere. There is a 5 in row 2 somewhere, and it's only there. Gorgeous. Oh, I should make my 5s green, by the way, in case Casey drops by. There we go. There's the green 5s for Casey. So, therefore, this cell is red. No, that's definitely not true. Therefore, this cell is blue. But I can go ahead and fill in now. This can't be a 4 anymore, so that's a 6, and that's a 4. That's a 6, and that's a 4, and that's a 6, and that's a 4, and that's a 6. And that's a 6, and that's a 4. This is probably a 3 and a 7 in that order. So we've got all of that going on. I don't know which of these is 3 yet. Let's see. Ah, yes, blue in box 9 is resolved. I was so focused on the fact that I couldn't decide the circles and X's that I wasn't even looking for easy wins like that one that I should be looking for. That's a 9, by the way. I just never filled it in. I don't know why. Let's see. Orange is in this box. Actually, 1 in this box is just placed. 1 in this box goes here. And so therefore that's a 9 and that's a 1. Now 9 in this box, therefore 9 in this box actually is placed. It actually goes there. While we're at it, this cell now is not orange because it sees both oranges, so it's red. So therefore this cell's not red, and in fact that is an 8 and that is a 9. This cell should probably be of known coloritude. It seems to be blue if I can count, so it's therefore a 3, making that a 7 and that a 3. So we've got all of that happening. I can place the 7 down here, like that. Oops. Good. Yeah, we probably can just hit spin to spend the whole grid. Sorry, to mark the whole grid. Let's do that. Let's mark just to see how this goes. Okay, so marking this does seem to be a very profitable endeavor. So this cell is red, which makes that cell blue, and I can fill those in. That's an 8 and that's a 7. This has become a 3, which makes it blue. So that is a 3. Now this cell's not blue anymore because it sees both blues, and therefore that cell is blue. And so we get a 3 here. This has inexplicably become a yellow 4. So now this is not yellow. It is therefore red. And so we get some more stuff out of that we can fill in. So we can go 4, 6, 4, 6, 4, 8. This is now the green 5. And so this is my yellow, and this is my... I was going to say my other green for the box, but that was going to be problematic. So that's a 6 and a 4. That is a 5, and this is a yellow. And as our last thing, we get to figure out our bet tree. We can count through the box. It's not a 1, not a 2, not a 3, not a 4, not a 5, not a 6, not a 7. Must be an 8. So congratulations to all the 8 bettors out there. What did I screw up? Oh, poor row 9. There we go. I had it center marked. There we go. The amount of work done by these crazy shapes is incredibly impressive, Naverio. This sort of like insane zigzag back and forth, all these sorts of things. That I admit I was not expecting it to be a coloring puzzle, given that it was by Qodec, and I don't usually color for Qodec puzzles. But this was a very nice coloring 10 lines puzzles. Or 10-line puzzle. Some 10-line puzzles are coloring, some aren't. You never really know, but very cool. I liked that a lot. Alrighty. I am going to... well, Qodec made it. Naverio was saying Naverio really liked the puzzle, and I was agreeing with Naverio that I really liked the puzzle. But yes, this is a Qodec classic. As always. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be back in just a moment. So see you very shortly. Welcome back, everyone. Uh, I realize we have done very little Sudoku lately, so I'm going to do a little bit more Sudoku than usual today. Let's turn off the row column labels if I can find it. There we go. It's been a bit. Not at all to say that I'm not a huge fan of the non-Sudokus we have been doing. We have been doing some quite lovely ones. So this is, the outside numbers are slightly cut off. Oh no. This may or may not be fixable. Well, oh no. That's not doing it.
Do you need help?
There we go. I found it. Sorry, I had internalized that you never move the blue thing, but this was actually the blue thing that I was supposed to move this time. So I think it's okay now. Alrighty. So this was, I'm told, a birthday gift from dumediat to Malrog. It's interesting. Okay. Malrog and dumediat both frequently hanging around this channel. So here we have German whisper lines. So we have to make sure. People are asking if you could put a link in chat, Tristan. If you could put a link in chat. So along green lines, I have to make sure that digits that are next to each other differ by at least 5. So if this were a 2, this could be a 7, an 8, or a 9, for example. And our Renban, our nearest and dearest friends, we need to make sure that these form a string of consecutive digits, but in any order. So we could go 6, 9, 8, 7, for example. That would be a perfectly fair way to fill one of these. I like, by the way, now I can tell whether Mark and Simon did a puzzle or not, because when I load the puzzle up, Sven tells me how many people have done the puzzle. And if the number is 1300, then I know that Simon or Mark did it. And if the number is 2, then I know that Simon and Mark have not done it. And those are really the two cases that appear. So I can figure it out without with context clues now. And so these are sandwich clues, the outside clues. So they give the sum of the digits between the 1 and the 9 within the column. For example, if the 1 was here and the 9 was here, it would say that these 4 digits sum to 22. So that is how that works. Alrighty. I have no idea for a betting tree. Does anyone have a recommended betting tree? To guess there is my random guess. So Ranks is looking at the same thing I was looking at, which is that this 5 sandwich clue is going to do very interesting things in the context of this whisper line. Do yellow, do purple here. So we can't put a 5 in any of those cells. We can't put a 5 here either, because every length 5 Renban has a 5 on it. So the 5 in this column can only really go in one of these 4 spots. But the sandwich clue is I mean, so far I haven't even thought about the sandwich clue. But the sandwich clue is interesting because the sandwich clue oh, I did not color this correctly. Good point. I don't know how I screwed that up. So that is that and that. Now, either of these, I think, could be 9. But in order for this to be 9, I would need this to go 9, 2, 3 pair 1. Uh, 9, 2, 3 pair 1 is now what's interesting about this Renban is that from this box, this Renban sort of is, at least in terms of this box, this Renban could only have at most 2 purples and 2 yellows on it. Now, unfortunately, I could still make both of those do assorted things. So, like, for example, I could still make this a 5 through 9 Renban, I believe, if I just made both of those high and then put the 2 high digits in there. I do still feel like this 5 here thing is interesting, but I don't know that I can do anything with it yet. Because of the sort of like the way the 2-3 sandwich could do that is annoying. Trying to look at like repeated digits or something like that. I know that this is not a 1 or a 9 is a thing that I know. So I'm going to make this, I'm going to put an X through there just to tell myself that this is not a 1 or a 9 by the 22 sandwich clue. And the reason is because if this was a 1 or a 9, I would have to make 22 and 3, which you can't because 876 is the highest possible sandwich clue. The bet tree has moved to row 1, column 1. I can inform you. So that's not 1 or 9. So now I have some interesting things going on with 1s and 9s in this box. I think this Renban has to have a 1 or a 9 on it, right? If this Renban doesn't have a 1 or a 9 on it, then I have to put 2 1-9s in these cells alone. Assuredly, I can't put them both there, so that would have to be a 1 or a 9. Maybe that just works. I think annoyingly that just works. But we're really close to forcing a 1-9 into one of these cells. Certainly at most 1-1-9 goes here. At most 1-1-9 goes here, which would, I think, just let us get out of having a 1 or a 9 there, unfortunately. Oh, there's a 27 clue. I kept looking and being like, well, the 22 is the largest clue. The 22 is, in fact, not the largest clue. So Selena is pointing out, by noticing the 27, that if I made this a 1 or a 9, I would have to make 27 in at most 4 cells. 8, 7, 6 is 21. 5 is 26, which is 1 less than 27. So none of these are 1 or 9. So definitely there's a 1 or a 9 on this Renban, because I need 1 in order to make this 27 clue work. So these 3 aren't crust, but one of these had better be crust, otherwise I'm making 27 in 1, which is even more problematic. So this Renban is extreme, for what it's worth. So it is all 1 color and 5, for whatever it's worth. I'm trying to decide if I want to give this if I want to just try and give it a color. But yeah, the corollary of that, D-Web is pointing out, is that these 3 are all the same color as well. So these 3 are either all yellow or all purple. And the reason for that is these 3 cells see all of those cells. Right. That's a smart observation. These are certainly not 1-9, because one of these is 1-9, and I can't put two 1-9s on a Renban unless it's length 9 or more. Therefore, these are also x'd, is the point. Now, these two are opposite high-lowity. And therefore, this can't be a 1 or a 9. Because if this is a 1 or a 9, the only way that would work is I'd need the other one down here. And then these two would not sum to 5. So that's not a 1 or a 9 either. And yeah, certainly this isn't a 1 or a 9 for similar reasons, right? Let me double check that this can't be a 1 or a 9. Could... Oh, maybe this can be a 1 or a 9 if I sum it that way. So I'm not quite certain. Right. This is certainly not a 1 or a 9 now, because that would involve a 3-cell sum, as Garion points out, and I'm not having a 3-cell 5 sum. So we can't sum down, and so up's not going to work, because up is going to involve summing two digits that are different colors, and I can't sum two digits that are different colors. I either have... So this has to be 1 or 9, right? Oh, no, that could be 1 or 9, and that's 1 or 9, and then that's a 5. Maybe that's okay. Right, the top one always is. Selena's pointing out. If this is not 1 or 9, then my sandwich has to look like this, and this has to be a 5, and that's a problem for all of the aforementioned reasons. So this is always a 1 or a 9. If this is not crust, Alima is pointing out, then these two become crust because this box needs two 1-9s. And the problem with that is that 0 and 10 are different numbers. So this is always a crust. Which is a very cool observation. Okay, so here's Selena's point. Remember, one of these is high. Oh, but one of them could be 5. Remember, one of these two is allowed to be 5. That one's allowed to be 5. So if I do this, I use the 1. I use the 2 and the 3. And then I would be obligated to use the 4 here and the 5 here. I think that would be forced to be exactly that arrangement. But yeah, that one's allowed to be 5, I believe. Right. There's definitely a crust down here. And so as soon as there's a crust down here, I could start at latest there. 1, 2, 3. 3 is the most cells I could have involved in my 10 sum. So my 10 sum finishes at latest there, so none of these are crust, is the point of Alima. I agree with that. So one of these is a 1, 9. And so because one of these is a 1, 9, to finish this sum, these aren't 1, 9s. Because there's only 1, 1, 9 on a Renban unless its length is 9. So okay, so people are making a more elaborate argument about what happens here. So people are saying if I fill this in, it has to be a 9. If I make this a crust, it has to be a 9 with a 2, 3 there and a 1 up there. And so this would be the 4, and the problem is the 4 would need to go next to the 9. Gross. Yeah, so the point is if I use the 9 here, I use up low digits really fast. I use up the yellow 2, 3, and then the yellow 1 as the other one of these, and now this needs to be the last low digit that I have available, which is 4, but 4 only goes next to 9, but I just put the 9 here. Okay. Disgusting, as they say. So therefore, this is a 5, and I get to circle this. We get to bring out Zach again. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Whoa! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Whoa! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that certainly lets us X out all of these, which then therefore makes this a 1 or a 9 for whatever purpose that we care to make that a 1 or a 9. Okay, this is certainly the purple 1, 9. This is certainly the green 5. Now, these are a yellow-purple pair, we've agreed, because there's no 5 in them, so they have to be a yellow and a purple, and so therefore this last cell is yellow. I don't know that that could ever matter, but it is worth noting. Maybe, possibly. Some might say. And these 3 are all the same color. Oh, ha 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 ha. 5 in row 3 is cute. Yes, that's a good spot. 5 in row 3 always goes over in one of these 2 cells. And therefore this sandwich, because it can't go on a green line, and therefore this sandwich can't go left. Because if it went left, that would need to be the crust, and this would need to be double 5. So no crusts over here. So our crust lives over here somewhere. It doesn't live that far over. That would be too long of a 10 sum. So it's either 2 or 3 long within that row. Right. The only way, this is D-Web's point, and it's genius, the only way to do a 3-cell 10 sum without a 1 is as 2, 3, 5. And the reason I can't use a 1 is because the 1 is one of the crusts. However, none of these 3 cells can be 5. Because if any of them were 5, well, that one's on a green line, and these 2 are in a box of the 5. That's genius. So not that. So that is a 1 or a 9 of some description. This is a 2-cell sum. So that's purple. Oh, that actually tells me that this is purple. So these are both yellow. So these are both purple. For whatever that is worth. So, of course, we can do some damage in this column now, because the sum of 14 I can't get in fewer than 2. And I can't get it in as many. I could get it in as many as 4, but not as many as 5, so that can't be crust. Let's see. So there is now a yellow and a purple on this thing in this box. And a 5, of course. So one of those is a 4-6. Actually, probably both 4-6s have to be in here, huh? Could that be a 4-6? No. Yeah. Both 4-6s are in here in this box for whatever that is worth. Probably not a whole lot. But technically possible that it is worth something. Yeah, we know it has a 1-9 on it. This we have proven. These are either all yellow or all purple, which I would love to be able to fill in which, but I do not know yet which one they are. They aren't all yellow, or what is row 9, column 4? I don't understand. It's the yellow 1-9 in box 7. Oh, right. Oh, duh. Okay, yeah, this is much easier than I was thinking. If these are all yellow, all of these are yellow X's, which means none of them are the yellow crust. However, if there are 4 yellows that all see each other, then there must be a yellow crust. Okay, yeah, that's it's much simpler than I was thinking. I wasn't sort of noticing that yet. So they're not all yellow, so they're therefore all purple. And therefore this digit's also purple because we said that the only digit that's yellow that's on here sorry, wait, this is a 6 long Renban. No, I screwed this up. That part's right. But there are 2 yellows in here, not 1. No, there aren't, because that's yellow. That's the point, is that this is yellow, right? The yellow 1-9 doesn't go on it, right? And so there's 1 yellow on here. It's the yellow 4-6, and therefore the 5's also in this box, and so therefore that's purple. Okay, I was right. I just forgot about the 1-9. So this is a purple 1-9. So this cell I probably know the color of. This cell looks to be yellow. Over here, this cell could still be the 5. Okay, and now everywhere on here that's not a 5 is yellow. But yeah, these are all 5 or yellow. So this cell is also 5 or yellow, for whatever nonsense that is worth. Uh, uh, right. These also see the whole zigzag Renban, Selena's pointing out. And so, because this Renban has every yellow digit and 5 on it, these digits are not any of those, so these are therefore purple. Uh, uh, okay. Row 9, column 7. Oh, row 7, column 7 is not crust. Because the yellow 1-9's up here somewhere is the point. One of these is the yellow 1-9. And so because one of these is the yellow 1-9, that cell sees both the yellow 1-9 and the purple 1-9, so it's not crust, is D-Web's point. And therefore, oh no, sorry, it could still be 5. Can still be 5. Oh, where's the yellow 1-9 in this box? Can only be in one of these two cells, I guess. Maybe I don't know exactly which one. Let's see. So yeah, so there's only 2 places for yellow 1-9 in this column, I am noticing. If I put yellow 1-9 here, it puts purple 1-9 there. I'm also noticing. That's gorgeous, Martin. If this is purple 1-9, then these become the other 3 purple cells, all of which look at that cell, which breaks. So this is never purple 1-9. And as yellow 1-9 is already over there, purple 1-9 is in fact placed here. That's adorable. That is, as they say, sick. Fantastic. Now, somehow I was thinking about something that was inviting me to think about whether this could be something or something. But now I've completely forgotten. But that is delightful. It's definitely not a crust. That's the point. That's the thing I was thinking about. That I forgot about, I was thinking about how this 27 clue worked, and then my brain went away. Okay, so this is definitely not a crust either, because 35 is not the same as other numbers. So it's one of these two that's the yellow 19. Uh, uh, the outies are either 3, 5, or a single 8. That's believable. 35 is not the same as other numbers. It's true. It's an important fact. Uh, uh, will that be on the test? Uh, let's see. Okay, so there's something interesting involving the fact that I know that these two are different colors and thinking about how the 22 sum would work. Because the fact that they're different colors means restricts their sum considerably. And they definitely have to be part of my sandwich, right? There's no way the sandwich doesn't involve these two, but I don't quite know otherwise. Selena would like me to mark that this digit is the same as this digit because of magic. Because this digit can't repeat on the Renban, and it's purple, so it has to go there. And so therefore in box 8, it goes there. Wow, that's crazy. In box 8, if I look at it, I know it's not that one because it's already on the Renban. It's not that because it's in the column. It's not that because it's not 19. So in fact, that is orange square. Yes, it must be 2-8 by German Whispers, Dog points out, because if it's anything but 2-8, it doesn't have two yellow digits that aren't 19 to go with it. Because these are both next to a purple thing that's not 19, so these are 2-8 and 3-7, and so this is always 2-8. And so this is always 3-7. Sorry, yeah, this is always 3-7 because it's next to something that is not a 1 or 9, and it's not 2-8. But now as soon as this is a 3-7, this can't be a 3-7, it's a 2-8. And so this is a 3-7. And so if that's a 3-7, then this is a 1-9 or 2-8, as depending on its political preferences. So that's a 4-6. There. And this Renban now needs a purple 3-7 on it. So, sorry, that's a 2-8. Yeah, where's the purple 3-7 is now chat's question. And so that's the purple 3-7. Oh, this is also the purple 2-8. For whatever reason, hard to say. So this is 3-7 or 4-6. No, it's not 4-6. Because if this were 4-6, that would need to be 1-9, and it's not. So this is only purple 3-7. It has no other choices in its life. So therefore, this is yellow 2-8. It has no other choices in its life. Just German whisper stuff, as they say. These are a 2-8 and a 4-6 in some order. Do I have anything intelligent to say about that? I don't think so. Now the sandwich is done in row 3. Oh, right. That's adorable. This is a very well put together puzzle. So there's 4 ways to make 10 in 2, as we learned in the last puzzle. And this one's not 2-8, 3-7, or 1-9, so this is 4-6. one of these two is a 4-6. Actually, no, that 4-6 just gets placed there in this box. So this 4-6 is that 4-6, whatever that is worth. These two are the same digit. They can be blue squares. Places 5 in column 5 has been called. It does place 5 in column 5. Sweet. Well spotted, D-Web. So these are therefore all yellow. These are all yellow. If this is the yellow 1-9, my sum is at least 3 cells long because that's not the yellow 3-7. So actually, if this is the yellow 1-9, that's the purple 1-9. But I don't immediately see a problem with that. And so now Garion has another smart point, which is that the outies of this row, we said, were either, well, they were only going to be 3-5 or a single 8, because they were going to be either 1 yellow or 2 yellows. But they can't be, or a yellow and a green. But now that the green is down here, my outies only involve 1 yellow, and so that's actually an 8, and that is actually a 9. And so that is very slick. So now we get that is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 1. How did I fill that in wrong? I don't know. 4. 7, 2. 3. Boy, this is always harder for me than it should be to like identify which high-lowity these are all supposed to be. 2. That's a 1. Hey, Cachito, how are you doing? These are a 6-7 pair. Oh, except that one's not the 7. So that's the 7. So that's the 8 in this box. Right. I have a sum to 14. And my sum to 14 is not 2 cells long if one of the digits is a 2, is D-Web's point. So that is not crust, or we would have a problem. So therefore, that is crust. And the only sort of crust it can be is a yellow 9. So all of these digits are therefore yellow. And they are 6, 7, 8. And this one is the 6 out of those. That one is the 8, and that one is the 7 out of those. So that is, as always, slick. This is now just a naked 7. And so this is now a 2, because it's the only thing 7 can go with. It's not 1. We can go through here. That's a 9, and that's a 7, just to finish out that whole business. We can... oh yeah, this has got to just be 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, but we already have the 2. So yeah, so that is the 5. We actually know. And these are both purple. So therefore, these digits are either yellow or 5, I suppose. Oh, the sandwich is done because 3 plus 7 is 10, and the sum is 10. So this had better be my 1, or I have a serious problem, is being pointed out. So therefore, these are not thingies. Good, good. 2, 2. Yeah, one of these is a 2. This is a 9, which is relevant for this. So my sum doesn't go that way. It's not a one cell sum. Sorry, it's not a 0 cell sum. So it could be a 1 cell. No, it can't be a 1 cell sum either because the 8 looks across. And my 1 certainly can't go any further up than this, because if I go up further, then I have to make 8 in like 4 cells, and that's not going to work. So therefore, that's a 1. And these two digits sum to 1 as either 2, 6 or 3, 5. Those are the two options. I can finish my coloring along here to make that all work out. So this is a 6 or an 8. This is a 6 or an 8. Oh, it's not an 8, so that is a 6 for whatever it is worth. This 1 tells me I certainly don't have crusts anywhere near here. 1 outie is not enough, so therefore that's not crust, and that is. So that's the yellow 9. My outies are 13 here. So if I'm summing to 13, I'm not 4, 9, or 5, 8. Or 6, 7. Wait, did I screw this up? I screwed this up somehow. Because I think I ruled out all the possibilities. No, it can still be 6, 7. It can be 6, 7. It is 6, 7. With that being the 6 and that being the 7. I don't know why in my brain 6, 7 was suddenly impossible, but in my head I was quite convinced it was not. This is now a naked 5. And this is a 1e1, so it gets a circle. So we've got all of that. So now these aren't 2, 6 anymore. So now they are 3, 5, and we know the order. So that is the 5, that's the 3. And that's going to sort out that 4 and that 3, which is going to sort out that this is 6. Which is going to sort out that that's purple and that's yellow. Like that, which is going to make that an 8. Yeah, I probably can spend the rest if I do that. So let us try to spin away the rest of it. So these are going to be yellow. Yellow. That's going to be purple. That's going to be purple. That's going to be yellow. That's going to be yellow to finish the box. That's going to be yellow. That's going to be yellow. These are all going to be purple, so that's going to be yellow. That's going to be purple. So therefore, that's going to be 5. That's going to be purple and yellow. So we can fill in some of these things. That's 6, 8. That's 4, 9. That's 5, 3. 4, 8. 7. 4. Oh, there we go. That's green. We can fill in, and that's purple. 5, 4, 8. No 4s to be found over here. No 4 there. No 4s down here. This is not 4, 6, or 9, shockingly. We have discovered a 1, 2 pair in the column. So that's also purple, or in the row. So therefore, this is yellow. So it's a 7. Oh, this is purple, so it's a 2. And this is yellow, so it's a 9. This is a 1, and that's a 2. That's a 7, and that's a 2. I just never filled them in. That's a 3. So now that's green, and that's purple. 5 and 3. This is yellow. This is purple. This is green. 6, 2, 4, 1, 5. This is yellow, and this is yellow as well. So that is a 6, and that is 9. And so that is 2, and that is 3 before we have another disaster. So this is purple, and if we count, it is a 4. So congratulations to all the 4 bettors. May all your betting tree wishes come true. And we are lucky solver number 1729. So there you go. So if you ever have to guess a mathematician's pin number, always guess 1729. It is always a good guess. Rank's making a complicated set argument that it is not possible in a Sudoku to have all 4 corners being 3. I'm not quite sure if I believe it, but maybe with additional effort. There's an obvious Ramanujan reference. I mean, I didn't do it. I just happened to be the 1729th person to complete the puzzle, and I recognized that it was my pin number, so it was what it was. But there we go. There was a lot of really clever stuff in there. There was a very clearly carefully chosen so that a lot of the deductions were on very narrow paths for you to realize, I have this exact information. My favorite one was that we knew that this was purple and an X. So this could not be purple 19, because if it was purple 19, this would see every purple X digit. That was awesome. Danzor arguing that in fact, actually, even though 4 3s in the corner seems unlikely, it is actually just as likely as 3 3s in the corner. That is true. I can confirm. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break and then come back with another puzzle. So I will see everyone in just a moment. So be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We have a Riffclown puzzle next with some really fascinating looking cage geometry going on. So we have a bunch of 39 cages to contend with. And so if you've not sort of seen killer cages before, the rules are that they sum to the number in the corner, and the digits don't repeat. And so the digits don't repeat is going to be doing the majority of the work in this puzzle, I believe. And so we're going to get a digit very quickly because this cage is going to need an 8 in it, and there's only one place for that 8, which is there. And so that's because the digits in this cage, there are 6 of them. They have to be everything but 1, 2, 3. Otherwise, I'm not going to make it to 39. And so that's the only place for the 8. So we get to do a rather rapid, an unusually rapid, you might say, 8 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-boop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So we have 8s here. Oops. My original theory was that I was going to get to color when I saw this grid, but I may not get to color if there are that many things. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 5 or 6. These aren't 8. Those aren't 5s either. Actually, this is the 5, right? For the same exact reason, if I thought about it. I don't know why I saw it for the 8, but not for the 5. So row 1, column 3 is being recommended as the betting tree location. So, excuse me. So now I've got to put some 1, 2, 3s in here, which is, I suppose, not a problem because there do need to be 1, 2, 3s in here. This cage contains everything but 6. Let's see. Let's see. This cage needs a 3 and a 4. So the thing I thought I was going to be doing when I saw this puzzle and was like, I want to do it, was to shade these 2 cells and ask where the blue cells go in this box. And note that the blue cells can't repeat there and can't repeat in the row, so 2 of these are blue at least. But now I'm actually doing the puzzle, I'm not 100% sure if that's even going to be useful. There are only 2 spots for 6 in this box, so I'm going to corner mark it, because I can't put a 6 in an 8-cell 39 cage. Row 7, column 8. Ah, right. Great spot from Garion. We've placed a 5, and those 5s have ruled 5 out of all of those, so therefore that's a 5. And now I can probably place 5 in this cage. At least almost. I know one of those is a 5. And now for 5 over here. Oh yeah, there's a symmetrical 8, right? That 8 that we placed there actually placed the 8 in this cage as well. Same symmetrically disposed with the 5. Let's see. So we know there's a 5 up there somewhere. One of these is a 5. I don't know if that's interesting. Yet, at least. It probably will become so over time. Right, there is... Neither of these cages has a 6 in it, is Kurabon's point, and so therefore there's a 6 somewhere in this row. Okay, that was funny. That was not at all what I intended, but the fact that it was a 6 and then it glowed bright red made it additionally amusing. One of these is a 6, is Kurabon's point, and so therefore neither of these is ever a 6. So they are from 4, 7, 9. And this is a quadruple in the row, actually, because it just is. And so therefore that's not a 6. And so these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, they just are 1, 2, 3. Don't bother with they just are 1, 2, 3. So yeah, so one of those is the 6 there. That's a 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's being pointed out that I can think about where 3 goes in this cage, and the only places 3 can go in this cage are these 3. And the thing those all have in common is they all see that cell. So this cell is never a 3. What about here? There's probably a similar thing with a different digit that I am not immediately seeing. But interesting. Yes, yes, yes. If this is a 3, DWeb points out, that sees every place for a 3 in this box. Because in this box, the only places for a 3 are those. So this isn't a 3. So we get a similar thing. And so that means the 3 in this box is there. So now I need to find a spot for a 3 in this box, in this cage, and it can only go there. So that's the 3 and that's the 5. Nebu sees that as I'm explaining it as well, which is cool. Always good to see someone agrees with me. So we get a 5 in one of these 2 cells. 7 in this cage, Martin is pointing out, needs to go in one of these 2 cells. So neither of these is ever a 7. That's never a 7, and therefore that's always a 7. So that's never a 7. So one of these is always a 7. Oh, wow. 3 in column 7 is placed, Medhi points out, which is impressive. So no 3s go in the box with a 3. 3 doesn't go in the row with a 3. 3 is not 7, 4, 6, or 9. And 7 doesn't go in the row with either of these 2 3s. So that's just a hidden 3. One of these 2 has to be a 3, just by Sudoku, keeping in mind that 3 over there. let's see, 8 in the top 39 cage. I'm being encouraged to look at. It definitely goes in one of these two cells. Especially when you religiously mark things. Uh, let's see. Does row 5, column 6 go in box 4 and box 6? So in box 4, it definitely goes in one of those two cells. Ah, right. So that's the point. So this digit, that's a very cool spot to curb on. This digit needs to go in this cage, and so it goes in one of those two cells. But that means it needs to go down here somewhere, but it's not repeating in the cage. So this is always a 4, 6, or 9. In particular, it's not a 3, and so that's a 3. Very slick. So now I know what triple these are. And they are not 4, 6, or 9. And so now that has become a naked 2. So no 2 there. Let's see. These are only a handful of digits because they're not 7 and they're not 4, 6, or 9. So that gave me a quad now, a 1, 2, 3, 8 quadruple over here. So now this is not 1, 3, or 7 for sure. This is 4, 6, or 9. Oh, right, because it's that digit. We established that before. Well, we didn't, but we could have if we'd have thought about it for half a second. Let's see. Yes. Yes. Where do 2 and 8 go in column 3 is a really smart spot from Screaming Ice Cube. And so not in the box with the 2 and the 8, not in the cage that doesn't have cells marked as 2 or 8, and not in 3 or 5. So this is always a 2 or 8, and those are a pair, which is another insane spot. Let's see. We are down to 1 to 2 spots for 1 in this row, which weirdly enough form an X-wing with the spots for 1 in row 5, but I kind of feel like this is not that kind of puzzle. But it is the sort of thing I randomly notice. So let's see. Probably should be asking questions about 6s, maybe? 9 is limited in column 8, I am being told. Oh, 7. Sorry, 7 is limited in column 8. Got it. Okay, so 7 is in one of these two cells. Yeah, the X-Wing does remove a 1 from there. That's definitely true. Very clever, yeah. if this is a 7, this is Garian's point, then that rules 7 out of those cells, but 7's already ruled out of those cells. It would also rule out of those cells, and there'd be nowhere to put it. So the 7 is in fact there. Good spot to Garian, as always. I could certainly mark this column. I don't know why I haven't yet. 4, 6, or 9. This cage does need a 7, and it can only go there now, is Kurban's point. And that places the 7 now in box 5. Yeah, I didn't, because I said I wasn't going to use the X-Wing. I was just pointing out I noticed the X-Wing. And making a mental note, basically, to chat to say, if we later decide this is the sort of puzzle that's going to want us to find a really random X-Wing, then we can use it. Row 5, column 1, and row 6. So this digit and this digit are the same digit. And so that digit is in one of those two. It's not that one. Right. So Garian is basically saying, where does this digit go in row 6? And the answer is it goes there. So that gives us a 1-2 pair in this box, which lets us sort of mark this up. And say those aren't 1s. No, they're not 6s either. We are aware because of our corner marked 6s. Thank you for the reminder. I did remember eventually, D-Web, but it took a while. Yeah, I know one of these two is 3. I don't think I can remove 6 from this, can I? Why do I know this isn't a 6? Oh, this is a 39 cage. Good lord. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. A 39 cage in 8 cells does not have a 6 in it. And so the point of chat is now that's a triple, which is gorgeous. So now these are these things. We'll go ahead and take out 6 while I'm thinking about it. They're not 9 either. And they're not 4 either. And they're not 3 either. So we get this sort of 1, 2, 5, 8 business. And so this digit we can mark because it's not 1, 2, 5, or 8, because it sees 1, 2, 5, and 8. So this digit's a 4, 6, or a 9. Because it sees all of those. This one as well also sees all of those. So it's not 1, 2, 5 either. So it's also a 4, 6, 9, which gives us this 4, 6, 9 triple in this box. Which means these are the 1, 2, 5s for this column, which now gives us actually it gives us a 1, 5 pair, which makes that a 2. Makes that not a 2. And then so yeah, one of these is a 2. Right. So there's a 2 there and a 2 there. And so D-Web's point is, where does the 2 therefore go in column 4? Goes in one of these two by what we in the business call a Jovi wing. 2 is down in one of these two in this column. for whatever that is worth. Right. Which then looks back at that. Right. So the fact that one of these is a 2 makes that a 1, which makes that a 2. Which is very, very wise. And now that one is going to do just tons of damage over here. Maybe tons was an exaggeration. It eliminated several candidates. So that's a 2 over there. That's not 1 or 3. Hey, Derlier, I hope you're doing well. Let's see. It's done a modicum of damage, yes. We can fill those in. 1 in box 8 looks up. Right. Because these can't be 1, because we've now put a 1 in the cage. So one of these is a 1. And we even know which one it is. It's that one, which means that's the 6. That's the 5, which means that's the 5. Which means that's the 6, and that's the 6. And these are something. Those are an 8-9 pair, so these are not an 8-9 pair. Those are a 2-4 pair. The other 8-9 is over here, and it's a 9, so that's an 8, and that's a 9. It's a 2 and an 8 and a 2. And so that's a 4 and a 2. That's a 3 and a 9 and a 4 and a 9. No 4s over there. No 9 there. Oh, but that's a 4. That's a 9. Shocking, I'm sure, to some people. No 4 there. No 9 there. No 6 there. Oh, this is a 6. Oh, so that's a 9, and that's a 6, and that's a 4, and that's a 9 and a 6. And now we get to select all and mark all over the place. So now we can go 8, 4, 7, 9, 2, 4, 8, 7, 1, 6, 7, 3, 4, 7, 5, 9, 1, 4. I'll hit the wrong button, though, just to add some excitement. 8, 3, 1, 8, 5, 1, 5, 6. And our last digit and our betting tree is a 1. So congratulations to all the 1 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I liked the observation about the way 7s worked in this box. So really, you could have observed from the beginning that because of the given 7. Oh, thank you. I'm glad, Riffclown. Because of the given 7, if I put a 7 in either of these cells, it would immediately rule 7 entirely out of this box. Which I'm not sure I would have noticed on my own, but it was a really cool idea, and I wonder if it was supposed to use it in other places, because I definitely didn't. But that 7 living down there was very, together with that, was very interesting in terms of the geometry of this box. I didn't do as much coloring as I expected, but I still had fun. Nice puzzle, Riffclown. I enjoyed it. Alrighty, let me find another puzzle. Let's see, what else can we do? Let's do this Myxo puzzle. Solve counter 68. Oh, what numbered solve was I? Will it tell me again if I get rid of the 4 and then put the 4 back? Oh, solve 99. Okay. Okay, so here is a Myxo Sudoku. Which might or might not also have coloring. Oh yes, please do like the stream. If you've not yet liked the stream, it's greatly appreciated. So we have some familiar characters from the stream. We have German Whispers, where we need to make sure we keep things at least 5 apart. We have Renban, where we need to make sure we put a 5 on them if they're length 5 or longer. And we have palindromes, which mean that the digits actually mirror each other, along here. So those two are, for example, the same digit. Those two are the same digit. Those two are the same digit. And that's how palindromes work. Note for the middle digit here, it just doesn't do anything. So these two are the same digit, and that's literally the only information this one gives us. Alrighty, so we need... oh, and this is symmetrical. I had not appreciated that this was symmetrical. But that is very interesting. Or it's almost symmetrical. Not quite. These lines break the symmetry. But there we go. So let us see what happens here. So yeah, definitely 10 out of 10 for aesthetics. Do you have a recommended betting tree? It sounds like MicroStudy has done this one. Okay, so we've got to deal with 5 in this column. I don't think is super interesting immediately. Hey, Myxo, I hope you're doing well. So it's this trifecta are the same color if we want to do our whole coloring business. And so, oh, nice, Selena. Row 2, column 5. Oh, I can put on run column labels back now that we're not doing a sandwich anymore. Row 2 and 3, column 5. Sorry, column 5. Oh, that's not even rows. It's not... that was wrong in every possible way. Row 2 and 3 of column 5. Row 6, column 2. I've not understood exactly what happens with this yet. Oh, right. These two are these two. That's true. Because of the geometry of things. So that's kind of interesting. So let me get rid of this coloring, at least for now. So the question is, where did these two cells go in row 1? And the answer is, because they aren't these cells, they aren't these cells either. And so the answer is they are those two cells. And so, therefore, they're not 5 because they live on whispers. So, therefore, there is a 5 living up in one of these cells. Now, could one of these be 9? I don't know immediately. And these aren't necessarily the same high-lowity, I don't believe. So yeah, if this Renban is extreme, then we run into a big problem in row 1. So if this Renban is extreme, that is, if it's all high or all low, then what happens to our lives is the following. Well, then 2 of these cells are that high-lowity, and these 4 cells are also that high-lowity, and that's 6 of them in the top row. So that does not work. So these 2 cells are opposite high-lowity. So I can sort of do it that way, and we'll sort of understand what we mean, kind of. And so these are also opposite high-lowity. Oh, maybe that's true. Maybe Garian's right. Maybe that's not actually what we've concluded. These could be the same high-lowity, as long as everything up here is a different high-lowity. I think that's right. So yeah, so I think we did not, in fact, actually prove that those are different high-lowties. It sort of felt like we did, but we did not actually prove that. So why can't these be 4, 6? Ah, right, because of the whisper. Right. It's because of the palindrome and the whisper. I've never seen that before, but that's really cool. If these are 4 or 6, these would both have to be 1, 9, and they can't both be 1, 9. So these are never 4. So that's never 4, 6. So these are never 4, 6. And therefore, these are a 4, 5, 6 triple, because if I'm going to have a non-extreme Renban, it needs to have 4 and 6 on it, and these aren't 4 and 6. And so these are either something like 2, 3, or something like 3, 7 are my options for this. So what goes wrong if I try to make these 2, 3? Is my question. If I try and make them 2, 3, right. If I try and make these the same high-lowity now, I do put 5 things of that high-lowity into the first row, because one of these has that high-lowity. So these are opposite high-lowities, which means they have to be 3, 7. Which means these are 3, 7. And means these are 3, 7. And means that these are a 1, 9, 2, 8 pair, and these are a 1, 9, 2, 8 pair in opposite sort of colors. I'm going to give these each a color, so I'm going to make these... we're going to go ahead and give these colors so I can keep track of it. And I'm going to stop using orange. So I'm going to make this box yellow, and this box purple. And so, therefore, this cell is purple, and that cell is purple, and these are yellow. That's purple, and that's purple. That's purple, and that's purple. That's yellow, and that's yellow. If I did all of my mirroring correctly. I did not do all of my mirroring correctly. One moment. That's yellow, and that's yellow. That's purple. And that is, that's purple. And that's purple, and that's yellow. Okay. So we've got all of that once I actually sort of figure this out correctly. And we do know that these are 1, 2, 8, 9, as Riffclown points out, to sort of finish off the thing. So, and that gives us 1, 2, 8, 9 quads in the rows. These are certainly from 1, 2, 8, 9 as well, because they're not 4, 6 or 3, 7. Yeah, we've got 1, 2, 8, 9s just all over the place. Oh, actually, we know these are 1, 2, 8, 9 as well for multiple reasons. Take your pick as to which one that you would like. Okay. So we know the colors of those, I'm being told. I'm trying to understand how we know the colors. Oh, it's because, right, it's because we have both yellow 1, 2, 8, 9s. Today has not been my fastest, sharpest day as a Sudokuer, as I try and make another error. So that's purple and that's yellow. The point being that there's only 2 1, 2, 8, 9s in yellow, and there's 2 1, 2, 8, 9s in purple. And so if we have 2 of them in yellow, then the other one must be in purple. And so on. So this digit I kind of want to mark, and this digit are not 1, 2, 8, 9. So they're from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. in general, which means these are also from that string of digits, because they're the same digit. Uh, uh, so yeah, so these two are the same high-lowity. And so if that high-lowity was low, it would break. Because if that high-lowity is low, then I've got all of my lows in these cells, except none of them can be 4, 6. So these are actually high. So these are from, actually they're just an 8, 9 pair, right? Because they can't be 6 and they can't be 7. So these are an 8, 9 pair. And then these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. That one, of course, is not 4. That one's not 1. In order to make that work. Yep, I think that's right. Oh, it's also not 3 because there's a 3, 7 pair. And if there's a 3, 7 pair, then there's a 3, 7 pair. So we've got all of that. So where is the other 8, 9 in row 9 is a question I think I should be able to answer, at least roughly. The other 8, 9 in row 9 can't go in either of those places because it would get mirrored into this box. So one of these two is an 8 or a 9. If it's a 9, is that a problem? It sounds like a problem. What goes wrong if this is a 9? Then that becomes an 8. That's an 8. That's a 9. Right. That's the problem. Okay, so okay, I'll think about that later. Garion says if purple's low, there's no value for row 9, column 4. Right. That's exactly right. Yeah, so if purple's low, there's no value for column 4. So purple's not low, purple is high. Got it. Okay, so purple is high, yellow is low. And we can actually fill in a bunch of stuff. So yeah, so that makes sense. So these are 7. That's a 3. These aren't 1 or 2 anymore. That's not 8 or 9 anymore. That's not 8 or 9 or anymore. These aren't 1 or 2. That one is 7. That's a 3. These aren't 8 or 9. And we, in fact, do get a 7 dance. I completely missed that this was our first digit. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So these are both none 7 numbers. These are both none 3 numbers. These aren't 1, 2 anymore. I just completely lost that off. Those aren't... so this is a 4. This is just... okay, so that's huge. So this is a 4. These are orange. That's blue. And is a 2. That's a 9 and an 8. So this is a 1 or a 3. It's certainly blue in all instances. This one is blue. So in this column, there are only high digits and 5 left. So like these two digits I kind of want to mark are not 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're 5, 6, 7 are the only options. Hey Josh, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Now, the other of 1 and 3 is over here. Uh, uh, okay, right. This 8 now needs to go in this row, in one of these two spots. However, this spot reflects there, which would put a second 8 in this column. So therefore, we at last get that that's the side the 8 is on. And so now, even if I do my very best, these are still going to be high. And so that 8 gets mirrored up to there, and tells me that that digit is also high. So this is a 6 or a 7, just based on sort of like percolating pencil marks. So I'm trying to understand why people have this theory about stuff being consecutive along the Renban. I've not understood it yet. So like people are saying something goes wrong if this is a 7, but I still don't understand what the thing is that goes wrong. Oh, it's if it's a 6. If it's a 6, okay, got it. Right, okay, I understand it now. So the point is, if both of these are 6, then I need both of these to be 7 in order to make the Renban work, and that's not going to work. Okay. It makes sense to me, finally. I knew it would make sense eventually. So these are a 6-9 pair, is the point, in order to make the world go round. So that's not a 7, and that's not a 7 now. Resolves this, I'm being told. Ah, right. Right, because it's the same as that. So this digit is a 5 or a 6, because it's the same as that. But there's a 6-9 pair, so therefore that's a 5 and that's a 5. And therefore everything here is blue. And we can look at that. Therefore this has become a 6 up here. These are not 6. They've just become a meager 4-5 pair. This digit's only one thing, and it's a 9. Let's see. I do need a 6 in this box somewhere. What are these digits? Please tell me, Mark. This can't possibly be a 1 because of the reason that was previously noted, which is that if this is a 1, then that's a 1, and all 3 of these digits are from 2, 3. So that's not a 1. Row 9 needs a 2. But that 2 does not go in either of these cells if I mirror them. So if I'm careful and mark that as 3, 6, and that is 1, 3, 6, then we will realize, courtesy of chat, that that's a 2, because we have a 1, 3, 6 triple. And so as soon as that's a 2, it makes this a 3, which then, of course, makes these both 2 and 3, makes these both blue, and lets us fill in that that is a 1, and that's a 3, and that's a 2. This is now a 6. These are a 1-4 pair, of course. 1-4 pair. This is a 6 as well for many reasons. And so these are not 3 in order to make that work. Okay, so now these are definitely orange because they see 5 and every blue. 3 is placed over here, Ransk is pointing out, by Sudoku. That has become a 9, and that's a 6 by Sudoku as well. This has to be a 1 or a 4, because, oh, that gives me the 8 and the 9 over there, which gives me the 8 and the 9 over there. That 8 and 9 reflect up there. Yeah, I know one of these two is a 2, but I don't think I care which one at the moment. At least I'm not able to see how I do. One of these I know is a 5, but I don't know if I care about that yet either. Dewab points out that these oranges are 7, 8, and they're resolved. So I can fill in my 8 and my 7. Yeah, these are a 5, 9 pair. If I would like to fill that in. So these digits are not 5, is the point. Because if these were 5, they would rule 5 out of the box. So they're 4 or 6. Can't do the same thing down here, sadly. But these are 4 or 6 for sure. 3 is placed in box 6, Michael points out. Fantastic. Being told I can rule out 4. Right. One of these 3 cells is a 4. Whichever one it is, it tells me that can't be 4, is the point. Got it. Okay. The Oracle is asking about where 7 goes in column 3. And 7 can only go there. That is impressive. Very nicely spotted. Garion, let's see. Let us mark this box. Which gives us a 4, 5, 6 triple in the row, which is, I'm supposing, why Malcor suggested that we mark it beautifully. So these aren't 4 or 5 or 6. And so that just gives us a beautiful naked 3 born out of nowhere. One of these two has to be 7. More 3s, I am being told. So that's a 3. So that's going to sort out this middle part. So we can orange that, blue that. 3 and 7. The fact that in order to make it orange, you have to hit the button for blue still causes me cognitive dissonance every time it happens, even though I've done it who knows how many times. So this cell is a 4, 5, or a 6 by the row, but by the column it's neither a 5 nor a 6. So it is a 4, is being pointed out. So that is going to fix the 6 and the 5, which is going to be a 5 there and a 6 there and a 4 there. We can do a little bit of greening. And these are orange. That is blue. That's green, and that's blue, while we are doing some coloring cleanup. So now, I think now we can select everything and mark. So I think now things have become clear enough that we can get away with it. So that is a 1, which makes that a 2, and that a 1, which has made this a 6. which has made this a 7, which has made this a 2, which has made this a 2, which has made this an 8, which has made this a 7, which has made this blue, this orange. So that is a 4. Let us see. Oh, there's a palindrome up here, it's being pointed out, that I could use. The puzzle will be much more challenging if I don't use all of the clues that are given in a minimally clued puzzle. So that is an 8. Let's see. So these aren't 1, 4. Oops. So this is always orange, at least. It's not 1 or 4. That's not 1, 2, or 4. That's also always orange. Might as well fill in. What else do we have here? These aren't 4. That one's not a 1. That one's not a 2 or an 8. That one's not a 1 or a 2. That one's not a 1. So we have a Jovi wing on 5s now. The Jovi wing on 5s tells me that these digits all are not 5, because I've already claimed between these two boxes the 5 in column 1 and column 2. So one of these two cells has to be a 5. But we don't want to say which one because spoilers. Oh, this has become a 4, and I just completely missed it, so that's a 1. So this would have made this deduction a lot easier if I had just simply followed the pencil marks better. But it's more fun this way, right? We'll say that. I'm sure you're very entertained. So 9 and 5. This is a 5. That's a 1 and a 4. That's orange and blue and blue and orange and green. So that is a 1 and a 2 and a 6 and a 9 and a 5 and a 9 and a 6. And we can see the bet tree 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. And the bet tree is an 8. Congratulations to all the 8 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I'll see what I can do for you, Ranksk. We can make it work. Ranksk very happy. Alrighty. Possibly a 4. Yes, possibly a 4. Couldn't the bet tree still be a 13? It could still be a 13, I believe. Oh, look at that solve counter! Wow. 13 bettors were robbed by me doing Rankska solid under the table. Now D-Web is very upset that the 4 is orange, which is fair. Alrighty, thank you, Myxo. That was great, Myxo. I quite enjoyed that. I was a little nervous from the grid that it was going to be a bit messy, but the solve path was really smooth, and the grid, good lord, the grid does not get much cleaner of a grid than that to have, and it all interplayed together in a really really nice way. So thank you for making that. That was a lot of fun. I'm gonna stretch just a little bit, and I'll be right back. Oh, I can totally respect the disambiguating at the end with a black dot, but I think this puzzle probably benefited from resolving high-low early rather than waiting until the very end to do it. But it's a fun game every once in a while to disambiguate it at the end with a black dot on a 3-7. All right. I will be back in just a moment. right, welcome back. We go from a surprisingly vanilla Sudoku puzzle by Myxo to a cipher puzzle by Tallcat. What is the world coming to these days? But let's try and make sense of this. So the cipher, the way it works is that we just have each letter corresponds to a digit from 0 to 9. And these things outside are X-sums clues, which if you've not seen before, I will explain in a momentarily. But the thing I want to note is question marks in alphabet puzzles, except for one I said a long time ago, and I apologize for that, stand for a non-zero digit. So, in other words, this number is at least 10, is what this is saying. This was not listed as being a 15-star puzzle in the way that Byways was, but we'll see. Stranger things have happened. So the way an X-sum works is that you read in front of the clue, you read the number, and so if I just sort of fill in the rest of this column with random digits, whatever, you read the first digit in front of it and count that many cells in total. So this is a 3, so you'd read 3. And then you would sum those digits. So that will be 15, and so D would be 1 and A would be 5, if that was the way that the world worked. So let's see. I did see, though, so it was not indicated to me on LMD that this puzzle was going to be very difficult, but then when I pulled it up in Sudoku Pad, it said only 2 people had solved it, at which point I did become slightly worried that this might be highways and byways all over again. So D and K occur as first letters of things. So the maximum an X-sum can possibly be is 45. So therefore, these are always from 1, 2, 3, 4. We can at least say that much. I did do one cipher sandwich puzzle where all of the clues I alphabetized so that you could not do anything of that sort. That's true. These are from 1 to 3 is a very good point, because 4 numbers or more would always sum to 10. Now this one certainly is not a 1, because of that, because then it would be a 1, and B would be 1, and question mark H would also be 1. Oh, I missed one over down here. That one's also not a 1. This one's also not a 1. So we've got some sort of, like, what is this, a kite or something looking at this cell? I guess these are both the same digit, so maybe we don't get any, like, immediate freebie deductions. Okay, but this can't be a 1 because this is not a 1 either, actually. Because if you look at this C is either a sum of 2 digits or 3 digits. C cannot therefore be 1 either. So C is a non-1 sort of number, and we actually get some 2 3s sort of lined up over here, like this. So 2 of these numbers are 2s. With a 2, I just want to point out the biggest you could possibly get is 2 plus 9, which is 11. So if these were both 2, then HA would be a 0-1 pair. Whereas over here, if this was 2, then that would be the one that would be 0 or 1, but we wouldn't get the pair. So probably, unfortunately, we have to prove that these are the ones that aren't 2 because AH can't be a 0-1 pair for some reason. Hey, Leopolix, I hope you're doing well. I don't yet know why. I should assume that that can't be the case, but it's probably the case. Now, if these are both 3, it makes both B and F big. Whereas if these are both 3, it makes C and C big. So the world where these are 3 and these are 2 is actually I guess each world is restricted in a different way. It is worth noting that this is a KD plus DK sort of row, which is interesting that we have KD plus DK. So but why couldn't it be 43 plus 34 or something? Because it could sum to more than 44, right? I believe. Uh, 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 let's see. So we have 2 different rows that have KD things going on, which is interesting. Oh. I had not appreciated. I have 2-3 pairs in these columns. The fact that I have 2-3 pairs in these columns is going to put an enormous amount of pressure on whatever the sum is, because the one with a 3 now is at minimum 8. So if these are the 3s, B and F are an 8-9 pair. Whereas if these are the 3s, then these are each 1, 3, 4. Oh, no, that doesn't... They could be... Or they both 9, sorry. They could both be 9. In which case, then there's a little bit more flexibility. But that is... okay, so so it's worth thinking about if D or K is 4, what actually happens. So if, let's just say if K is 4, then this would sum to, say, well, it could not sum to 44 because K and D are different. It could not sum to 45 because then this would be a 9. So maybe it could sum to 45. Is it okay for this to sum to 45? Or does that break in some ridiculous way that I'm not appreciating? Oh, yes. If this was a 45, the other clue would be a 54. That's not going to work. Spoiler, not going to work. So it's not 45. It's not 44. If this were 43, then it would be 8 long, and that would be a 2. But now this would be a 2-cell 34 clue. That's not going to work either. So if it's 42, then this other side would be a 3, and we'd have to get to 24 and 3, which we could not do. And if this is 41, it's also not a 3 by Sudoku. That's true. That's true. It's well worth pointing out. These digits actually are both at least 4. Probably worth pointing out. And we've argued they're not 9. And so 41? Sorry, 42. Did we argue? Yeah, we argued it couldn't be 42. What about 41? Is it possible that one of these is a 4-cell 14 clue? I think that's possible. And it's not allowed under any circumstances to be 40. So 41 is the only possibility. Yeah, we'd have to have this being a 4, that being an 8, and 14 and 4 with no 1 is just 2, 3, 4, 5, right? There's nothing wrong with this being 2, 3, 4, 5 immediately, is there? I'm very interested in the pressure exerted on these by this working. Because the 2-3 pairs really do put a lot of pressure on how big these numbers are. So what is the smallest that BC could possibly be? Because I could not put because one of these is a 2. I can't put a 2 followed by a 1, because if I put a 2 followed by a 1, I break the ever-living daylights out of the other one. So the actual minimum of these is 6. It is 6. Which, regardless of whether it's a 2 or a 3, the minimum value of C is a 6. Because I can't do 2, 1, it would break that. And the 3's gone, so 2, 4 is actually the minimum. So actually, unconditionally, B, C, and F are 6, 7, 8, 9. Out of that. So that's good to know. Kurban thinks if we actually replay the entire argument down here, that we might be able to say that you can't simultaneously make both of these work, which sounds messy. But possibly plausible. Yeah, that's a different way to see it, Ron. Same calculation. Yeah. Right. On each side, whichever of these is a 3, it requires a 1 to go with it, because it can't be 2, 3, 4. And so there's no 1s in these cells or these cells. So we can pencil mark 1 in each of these boxes into these umpteen cells. But it seems possibly relevant. Right, and that's not the 1 either. So really, like, we have a 1 in one of each of these sort of rows. So, right, and so it's not there or there, actually. I don't think they're inaccurate. I think they were just incomplete. Oh, no, they weren't even inaccurate. They were just, they can be in row 9. Never mind. Sorry. Yeah, that was just wrong. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, they could go down here because I don't have single-digit sums running in that direction. I only have single-digit sums going in the other direction. I don't think we've excluded the 1441 case, and then even once we exclude the 1441 case, which I think we probably can do if we are willing to think far enough ahead about how these two rows work together, I don't see why that would mean D plus K had to be 5. What is there a reason why DK can't be a 1-2 pair? Yes, there is a reason why. Okay, so there is actually something interesting here. The minimum sum of these is 9. So so that means the total sum of these two has to include everything in the row. So the sum of DK and KD is greater than 45. Or sorry, is at least 45. But also it's a multiple of 11. So it's not 45. It's at least 55. Uh, and so if it's at least 55, it could be 2, 3, and 3, 2. But maybe it could be bigger than that. Yeah, so it is 55, right? I'm now convinced we know it's 55. The question is whether 14 and 41 is actually possible is still looming. Uh, 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 so how hard do I want to try to prove that it breaks row 7 if I make these 14 and 41? So I could not put 1 or 3 in either of these start things. Okay, Tallcat says I don't have to do Kurabon's point. I believe it would break. I think if we tried hard enough. But I do believe that K and D sum to 5. I think we've proven that. Now. Yeah, and none of these letters show up anywhere else, right? H, G, and A. Yeah, H, G, and A don't show up elsewhere. No need for the bet tree to be inside the grid. We already know B, C, and F are 6, 7, 8, 9 Tallcat. We already did that. Oh, and I think we actually know not 6. If I'd thought about it more, I would know it was not 6. Because 6 would require 1, 2, 3. No. Sorry. 6 could still be 2, 4. Sorry. 6 could be 2, 4. Right. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Noting that these are like minimum 4 is interesting just for X sum business, because these are also minimum 4. I should probably fill in. Because of the X-Wing and all of that business. Okay. So, so D can't be 1. I can prove to you that D can't be 1. Because in order for D to be 1, these would have to be a 4-5 pair. Oh, no crap. That would just work if this was the side with the 3. Dagnammit. I was thinking if this was a 4-5 pair, it was going to break. Because if D is 1, then these have to be 4 and 5, but I think that just is okay. Uh, uh, so remember that in one universe, HA is a 0-1 pair. Uh, uh, that would, in that universe, these cells are an 8-9 pair. Doesn't seem interesting yet. Yeah, that's the side where these end up being an 8-9 pair, Tallcat. We did talk about that. I believe, right? Uh, I'm trying to remember exactly how this goes. So if these are each 3, right, then the minimum sum across these numbers is 3 and 4, right? So these would become an 8-9 pair. And so one of these is the problem. One of these is 3-1-4, and one of them is 3-1-5. And so, oh god, that's horrible. So this is definitely worthy of the bifurcation palette. So if these are the 3s, the following funny thing happens. These become 1s, and these two cells become a 4-5 pair. And of course, these are 2s. But the point is, in that universe, these two are the same digit. But what is that digit going to be? And the problem is it's not 4 or 5, because it sees a 4-5 pair through the medium of madness. And so it would have to be bigger than 4 or 5. But if it's bigger than 4 or 5, then that does not work. Hey, OSF. That is quite a thing. But it makes sense that these both being C and C forces these two to be the same if these are the 2s. And I should have thought about the fact that that was going to be an interesting restriction on these cells and what they could see. So those aren't the 3 is the point. So these are the 3s and these are the 2s. And so we get to bring out the 3 dance. Ba-ba-ba-da, wah, ba-da-ba-da, wah, ba-ba-da-ba, wah, ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da, wah. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. Says we would be obligated to repeat 8 and 9 if we did that. So now C is at least 8. And now H and A are a 0-1 pair, with these being an 8-9 pair. And if H and A are a 0-1 pair, it means D's not 1. And so if D's not 1, then D and K are a 2-3 pair, per our earlier argument. We do know that these are both 1s, per our earlier argument. And then these are certainly 4 or 5, and they're the same 4 or 5. I'll give them a color in a second. Let me clean up this coloring. I don't know why 9 survived over there. But these are the same 4, 5. I don't know which 4, 5 yet, but we'll make them both blue. So if D is 3, then certainly we need these to be 5s. Otherwise, we maybe get away with a little bit more. 8 is no longer... no, maybe 8 is possible still. No, 8 is no longer possible because this is a 4 or a 5. So this can't be 8 anymore because the sum would be 41 or 40, and that's not possible for over there. Kurobon has a slick spot that we can place 1 here now. So none of those are 1s. This digit's not an 8 or a 9 because it sees an 8-9 pair, so I think it's important that we pencil mark it. It's not 2 either. Oh, sorry, we should do, we should not try and use mark. It's not an 8 or a 9. It's not a 2. So 4, 5, 6, or 7. If D is 3, I have to make these cells add to 30 something. Add to 32 actually. And I can't get these to add to 32 because these would add to at most 6. And then if you threw in 7, 8, 9, you still only get to 30. That's a very slick spot. So blue is in fact, or sorry, not blue, I don't know. But I do know that D is 2 and K is 3. And so 4 is not big enough in order to get to 30 something. So this is 5, 6, or 7. Let's see, every K. So this is also not 4. It's also not a 9, for the record. It's not an 8 either. Oh, right. If here specifically, this being a 5 would mean that KD and DK summed to 45, but they actually summed to 55, so that's not a 5, Tallcat points out. Now, DH and KH, we actually know they also sum. We know their sum is 51. And so because the sum is 51, this also can't be a 5. So this is a 6 or a 7, actually. 7 is a lot. So if I try and do 7, and I'm making my sum 30, then I would need my outies to be too big. 5 and 9 would just work, right? If I make this 31, then I can make my outies 14, and this could be 5 and 9, and it would just work. I believe. Unless there's a reason this can't be 5 and 9. Okay, so this digit is at least 4 and at most 7. 6 is 21, 7 is 28. 9 It is sum to question mark G. Oh, right. DA is at most 21, so this is never bigger than 7. And this is now a D clue. So this is not 8 or 9. I agree with that. I don't understand people saying you can't get a 20-something clue with 6. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 is 21. So it seems fine to me. I have no idea what E is. Oh, you mean here. Here. Sorry. I thought here you were saying it couldn't be 6. This can't be 6. I agree, because if this is 6, then this sum needs to be 21. That would make these a 7, 8, 9 triple, which breaks that cell. Okay, I agree with that. So those are a 4, 5 pair. Got it. So these are the other things. Oh, right, I can't do that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this one's not a 2. It is true. This could be colored as the other 4, 5. If I learn anything about it, then that will be very useful. I will keep that in my back pocket as an option, because coloring it does seem helpful, potentially. So it strikes me that this question mark J clue, if it's a 40-something clue, it can only be 45, and J would have to be 5, because we've used the 0, the 1, the 2, and the 3. Oh, we haven't used the 4. Sorry, maybe it could be 44 if J is 4. I'm just noticing that this digit has to be big. So these sum to 51. Sorry, these sum to 51 is what... that one I can't click, but they sum to 51. Well, it's not a 1, 2, or 3, at least, just because of the row, is all I was looking at. And I was trying to say, okay, well, it obviously can't be 8 or 9, but I can't even prove it can't be 9. So DH and KA sum to 51, which means the overlap between them does indeed sum to 6, because I need to exceed I need to exceed 45 by 6. And so if this is a 7 and this is a 4, they overlap in 2 digits, which would have to be 1, 5. 6 and 4 doesn't work, because 6 and 4 6 and 4 doesn't work because they would have to overlap in a 6, and they can't overlap in a 6 if I put the 6 over here. DWeb says 7-4 doesn't work because it makes DH too small. Right. So if this is a 7 and this is a 4, then we have indeed said that the overlap is 1, 5, and we've used a 4, and so 1, 5, and 4 is 10. I would need the other digit to be at least another 10. That doesn't work. So this is never a 4, is Selena's complicated argument. Blue is always 5. Uh, uh, so that does make this a 6 or a 7. Now, if this is a 7, they overlap in 3 cells, and those 3 cells have to be a 1, 2, 3. We're going to, by the way, draw in our x sums now that we actually know what x is. This is a 4, by the way. So we'll draw in that x sum as well. And so C is 8. That's right. That's a good spot. C is 8 now. Because of, sorry, C is 9. C is 9, not 8. So now this goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's either those two or those three. If this is a 7, this would have to be a 2 here, a 1 here, and a 3 here exactly. And so that would be very specific, but seems possible. Okay, the overlap up here is going to be either 2 cells or 3 cells and has to sum to 10. Right. B can't be 7 by column 1. I agree. So if I just wrote out what this would be based on whether B was 6, 7, or 8, this would be 4, 5, or 6, but it's not 5, so that's not 7. I think Tristan is asleep, so you might have to wait on the updated link. But if you just go on LMD, you can you can find the link. Same with this, right? So this is again 4 or 6, because of what F can be, and so it's not 7 because there's a 5 there. Good. So these are a 4, 6 pair. That I can remember, and then these are 4, 6, 7. So these are an 8, 9 pair. Several people in chat are working out. Okay, so this is 23. So these sum to 22. Garion is claiming if this is 6, that sum to 22 doesn't work. So I need to know something about 4-cell 23 sum. No, 4-cell 22 sums that don't use 1s or 5s and use a 6. That sounds unpleasant. This is now at least 5, actually. The overlap is what I've been looking at. The overlap needs to sum to 10. And so it's either a 1-cell or a 2-cell overlap. And so it's either a 2-cell it's either a 2-cell or a overlap summing to 10, which would be 1 and 9, or it's a 3 cell, in which case there's multiple options. Okay, so if this is a 32. So if this is a 6, okay, so we're saying here, okay, I think I understand how this works now. If this is a 6, then we're saying all of these cells sum to 32. So these would sum to 13. So these would need to sum to 8. But that would make these a 2-6 pair, but we just put a 6 there. Okay, so that's a 7. And so these again need to sum to, I swear it's 12. No, it's 13. So that's an 8. No 8 there, no 8 there. No 7 there. That 8 has made this a 9, and that an 8, which has made A 1, and H a 0. If I fill this in now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, those now overlap, and so this is the overlap. These two now need to sum to 9. They certainly don't involve a 9, therefore. They don't involve a 2 or a 7 either, so there's 6 and 3 to make that work. So that's a 7, a 2, and a 9. And I'm willing to get rid of the orange and blue now because those are done. So 4 plus... So this is going for 21, and 4 plus 9 is 13, plus 6 is 18. I need this to be a 3 in order for the sum to be 21, because I now know that A is 1. So I can get rid of that, I believe. These are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These can't be 2. They can't be 7 either. Actually, no, there's no 7 in the row. What am I talking about? So that is the 2. Oh, this was supposed to be a 2. That's a 4-9 pair, so that's a 6. So that's a 4. These two are a pair of some sort. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, these are a 3-5 pair now. Oh, B is now known to be 8. And if B is 8, then F is 6, which makes that a 4. Impressive spot from Tallcat. These I know I need to make sure add to DE, whatever DE is. Yeah, these are a 4, 5, and a 7. Those are the numbers we don't have yet. Surely the fact that these 4 digits sum to 15 must be fascinating for people who study these sorts of things. KA is 31, so my outies are 14. So yeah, if this is a 7, then that's a 9. If this is a 6, I need these two to add to 9. Is that going to be impossible for some sort of Tallcatty reason? They could still be 2-7. I think they could still be 2-7. And it would still be fine. Let's see. Okay, I should fill in this triple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, the overlap doesn't work. That falls under the some sort of Tallcatty reason nonsense. So if this is 6, so if this digit's a 6, again, no, if this is a 7, I don't remember which one I'm trying to disprove. DH plus KA is 51, so the overlaps are 6. So these would need to be a 1, 2, 3, with that being a 9. That's fine. If this is a 6, then these would need to be a 2, 4, and these would need to be a 2, 7, because it's the only way that would work, and that doesn't work because I need 2 2s. That is the sort of Tallcat-y nonsense I was sort of feeling we were going to get there. So that's a 9. These are a 1, 2, 3, and I noticed earlier that that had to go in exactly that order. So that's a 4 and a 9. This is no longer relevant. These are a triple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that is a 6, an 8, and a 4. These are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is a particularly cruel puzzle to not be able to use mark on, I must say. Oh, these aren't 1 because of the row, so that's a 1. So these aren't 1. Speaking of, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are from 3, 5, 7. G. So can this be a 6 or 7? Sounds like the Tallcat question. It cannot. So when I write out what this can be, it's not a 1, 2, 3. It's not a 5. It's not a 9. And if it were a 6 or a 7, this sum would be 16, but G's not 6. So this is only 4 or 8. It's not working because there's one of these, Tallcat. Oh, and apparently, if I do Sudoku, this is a placed 4. So 3 plus 6 plus 4 would be 13. That doesn't work. So 3 plus 7 plus 4 will be 14, making G 4. Making these a pair. 2, 3, 4. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are 6 and 8, and I know the order. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the point is if E is 7, then these need to be, these need to sum to 23, so they'd have to be 6, 8, 9. But the observation from AFK is this can be none of 6, 8, or 9. So E's not 7. E has to be 5. And J is 7. So that means this isn't a 9 because 7 and 5 are different numbers. So this is a 5 or a 6. Let's see. 25. So these need to sum to 21, I guess. So there can't be a 1 in it if these need to sum to 21. There can't be a 3 in it if these need to sum to 21. So the smallest number I can put in a sum to 21 would, in a 3-cell sum to 21 would be 4, but of course I've used the 4. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. However, this one can only be 5. So none of these are 5, and that is 5, and that's 3. And now I've got 2 cells summing to 9. This is 25 again, so 25 minus 9 is 16. So I need these two to sum to 16. So that has to be 7, and that has to be 9. So that's a 7. So these are a 1 and a something. A 1 and a 2, actually. And I know where the 2 goes. My Discord, I don't think you should even be able to hear anything on my computer, so you should not be hearing my Discord, I do not believe. Nor do I have any notifications on Discord. So that is not a 7. So, yeah, so we can sort of continue filling in random triples. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. That's not a 9. This can't be a 6, or it would create a uniqueness problem. So this is an 8. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 3, 4, 5. This one's not 4 or 5. It is 1 or 3. This one's not 7, so that gives us a quad, which places the 7 there. This one's not a 5, because there's a 5 in the row, so that's a 3. That's a 1. It's a 5 and a 3. So these are not 1 or 3. These are from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 6, 8. Let's see. I've got some 3s looking into this box that are telling me that one of these is a 3, I suppose. I have 8 1s in the grid, I'm being told. That sounds helpful. So that digit's a 1. Let us see. What else can I get away with not doing here? I think that's a... Oh, no, that's not a 2. Sorry. One of these 2 is a 2, but I don't know which one. Top of column 4 can't be 6. If this were 6, I would need... This needs to sum to something ending in 7. So I would need these to sum to something ending in 15 minus 7 is 8. I need these to add to and sum to something ending in 8, and these sum to 8, so this would need to be a multiple of 10, and it can't be. Agree, so that's a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I just proved it's not 6. Good, good. I proved it's not 6, so then I filled in a 6. That makes it better. I do that a lot. That is one of my hobbies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So yeah, these two need to sum to something ending in 0 is the point. Because these sum to something ending in 8. So these need to sum to something ending in 0. And so the only combination that works is 4, 6. Which makes that an 8, makes that a 3, makes that a 7 and a 4. Makes that a 6. If I make this an 8, this does not end in 8. So this is a 5. That's an 8. Like that. This is from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But this one's not 4 or 5 or 9. This one's not 9 either. It's not 8. It's not 7. Seems to not be 4 either. There's a 2, 6, 9 triple, so that is the 5 for the column. Which makes that, oops, not all of them, makes that a 4 and that a 5. makes this. I'm really tempted to use the uniqueness so I don't have to think about this last clue. That seems like misery. So this is now a 6 and a 3. So this is not a 6. So that's an 8-9 pair, making that a 7. So this is a 2, 6, or 8, but it's not a 2. So this is a 6 or an 8 only, I believe. So yeah, I think now we either are cowards and just fill in an 8 here and call it good, or we try and do this. So number ending in 7. So 45 minus number ending in 7 is going to end in 8. So I need these to sum to something that ends in 8. These already add to 8, so therefore this needs to be a 6, I believe. 8 to 6 to 9. 6 puts an 8 there, puts a 9 there, puts a 6 there, puts an 8 there, puts a 9 there. And there we go. It's a lot of interesting stuff here. I feel like this could have been smoother. I don't know. Probably KNT enjoys the amount of ugly arithmetic involved. But like none of the logic cool stuff hinged upon the ugly arithmetic. Just there was a lot of ugly arithmetic aside from that in order to get it to resolve. But like the whole intro part was very cool. I'm sad I did not see the whole thing with C being C having a problem if these were a 4-5 pair. That was very cool. That was a very neat way of sort of setting this up. I really liked that setup, and this way of using the fact that even though you didn't know what K and D were or what H and A were, you knew the sums of these two things was very interesting. I liked that a lot. So that there's a lot of very cool stuff here. I feel like there could have been a slightly Zeta friendlier version of this, but very cool puzzle. A neat idea. The very central single given 1 was also neat in the way that it worked. I like it better than my first cipher puzzle. I will definitely give you that. I mean, I certainly, I think it could have been resolved without using these question mark J clues, for example. But yeah, there's a lot of neat stuff here. It's one of those things where, like, sort of naturally in Sudoku puzzles, you tend to run out of neat stuff before the puzzle is over. But when this is your sort of way of disambiguating it, you have only a limited amount of ability to sort of control exactly how the end gets disambiguated. Without then mucking with everything earlier. Thinking about how this would work with a J-sums puzzle. But yeah, very very neat puzzle. I liked the use of a lot of these things, especially the opening was just gorgeous. But yeah, I do think there could be some more black dots. I think more black dots would be good for everyone. I should have just let myself fill in the 8. If I'd have just let myself fill in the 8, then we could have skipped the last 10 minutes of the puzzle. Because I think that would have done it for us. Because that was sort of like at least the last use of the question mark J clue. That was what the question mark J clue did. I mean, I will say at the very least, both of these question mark J clues, the digits you knew already summed to something ending in 8. And so then you only had to think about uh, what to add to it to make it so that that would continue to be the case. So you only had to think about things adding to 0 once you had done the subtraction in your head enough times, which was very appreciated. In fact, it was a 1 and a 7 in both cases. That was certainly a lot nicer than it needed to be. So I appreciated that, like, once you actually said, okay, fine, I'm gonna make myself take 45 minus 8, then you could sort of figure out, okay, well, yeah, it's gonna be this whole 10 trick. It's funny, actually, both of these ended up being 6417 exactly. I did not realize that at the time, but it did feel oddly familiar. Alrighty. Well, let's wrap up there for today. Thank you, everyone, for joining. There'll be another stream on Sunday, and then another one on Wednesday. That's going to be the schedule until things change drastically in, like, I don't know, 2 weeks from now or so when we move into a new house. But that's the current plan, is to keep doing Fridays, Sundays, and Wednesdays. So I hope to continue seeing you around. We'll, again, try and sort of popularize the exact dates of future streams. Thank you to everyone who supports the channel. It really does mean a lot to us. Thank you especially to Danita, who today gave many of you your very own Zach emotes and windmills. So I hope you all enjoy your Zach emotes and windmills. So thank Danita. But thank you to all the supporters. We greatly appreciate it. If you would like to support the channel and you have not yet done so, there's a couple ways you can do it. You can go to this Ko-fi link and make a one-time donation if you are so inclined. Or if you want to become a subscriber, you can do that by clicking the join button down below. And then for as little as $5 a month, you can support the stream. There's various upgrades at the $10 level and the level above that. Like being able to vote on what puzzles we do on stream and sort of see the upcoming potential puzzles lists. And also, at the top level, you get me to read your name out at the end of the stream. So I'll do that now. So here are the people who contribute at the turbine level. They are David Ratner, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel Silverstone, Willie, and Danita. Thank you so much to everyone. I had fun with today's puzzles. We got to do 4 whole puzzles, a first in a long time. Probably because we haven't done many puzzles that have been on a 9x9 grid in a while, but we got back into the Sudoku today. But thanks for watching, and I'll see you very soon. So bye for now. Yeah, today was all Sudoku. I've been trying to do a few more Sudoku puzzles just because I've been doing so few Sudoku puzzles lately. I was trying to sort of like balance it out just a little bit with a little bit more Sudoku. But don't worry, there will be plenty of Philomeno nonsense with JSOMs and Shakona Choco Banana coming your way very soon. All right, thanks for watching. Bye for now.